Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Hash Church episode 47. Episode 47. We've been doing this for 47 weeks, if you can imagine. I think that is pretty cool. I'm just going to go onto the YouTube page, and when the stream gets started, I want to make sure that the audio doesn't start clicking in. So I'm just gonna invite a few folks into church here. Hope you guys had yourself episode. Oh, there 47. We go. Episode 47. A little bit harder now to. I can't turn the volume off before because of the way the stream works now. Is it shows the page, but it doesn't show the play button and the mute button. So sorry about that, guys. But I managed to get that turned off, and now we will go and invite our panelists in for the day. We unfortunately I just heard word that Dr. David Hepburn won't be able to make it in today. He's on call. He's been called into the hospital or into his practice. So we will still have David Hutchingson on and a few other guests, as well as our regular group of guys. Now, I'm not sure if Etienne is going to join us this morning, as he is on his travels right now, but yeah, hopefully we end up seeing him. Well, look at that. First and foremost, I speak of the devil.
Hello, sir.
Dude, okay, so the coolest thing is, my friends are from Jamaica, the Nomads, really great reggae band. They posted, my friend Bird Eye posted a picture the other day, and it was him with a big joint in his hand, and in the background there's this helicopter. And I'm like, where the hell is he now? And he's literally at the Grand Canyon, flying in this helicopter around the Grand Canyon. Well, fucked if a couple of hours later, you posted it, and I was like, are these guys together right
now? No, far from it. I just, actually, I'm posting a couple days after I'm actually where I am, because, you know how it goes. So, amazing. Let me tell you, flying over the Grand Canyon, humbling, people. But hey, can I give a shout out here? When I was traveling, I needed some gear and had to stop in Flagstaff, Arizona. So I wanted to give a shout out to Seven Wonders Gallery there in Flagstaff, who treated us so well and such respectfully, and great selection. So if anybody's in Flagstaff, highly recommend it. And I'm in Colorado, and I just bought my first legal recreational medical cannabis.
Wow. Well, that's very cool. Fucking props to that. I want to welcome Justin into the room. He's made it nice and early for us.
Hi, Justin.
How you doing, Justin? You got your camera and your microphone working, or is it giving you a little bit of problems? He can figure that out. It's up on the top left. If you put your mouse on the page, you'll be able to see the microphone and the and that information. So. Yeah, Justin is joining us from Vancouver today. There he is. A little bit froze up. But how you doing, buddy? Oh, you muted.
There he is.
There he is. How you doing, bud? Oh, coming
back. Good, how are you?
Oh, there we go. We got your voice. Very good, very good. I'm not sure if you know Etienne from down in California, from the Berkeley's Patient group.
Not really, but heard of it.
All right. Well, Justin is to give you a little idea, Etienne. Justin is in the news right now here in Vancouver. He's got a very young child in the hospital. And I guess, I don't really know the story too well because I find the paper to be confusing, but is it kind of like they tried to take control over the child and then take her off life support? Is that sort of kind of what's going on?
Oh, that's exactly what's going on.
Unbelievable. Maybe you want to give a little background to the story, because I don't want to mess it up and get anything wrong. But yeah, tell us your story, Justin.
All right, where would you want me to start from?
Well, I mean, you can start from really the beginning. Right from the beginning of when you were born and when everything started going awry with the with the hospital folks?
Okay, so my daughter was born in April 5th at 25 weeks and 2 days. So I mean, she was already a premature baby to start with. She had some brain bleeds when she was born. They thought that would eventually lead to cerebral palsy later on during her life. She had some infections. The infections went away. The brain bleeds went away. She started getting a lot better. She actually got transferred to Abbotsford, where she was breathing on her own. She had no tubes in her except for a feeding tube, and then from there she was taking bottles, every other bottle, and she was about to come home. And she went into septic shock one day and got transferred back to Children's and Women's Hospital, and they said that she had a brain infection again, and this time that it wasn't gonna, that it was causing seizures, and this time she wasn't gonna make it. And they were trying to, the ministry just decided that it was up to them, she wasn't gonna make it. And they tried to step forward and go to court to have her taken off life support.
Wow. That seems so extreme to me.
Just
You can mute your mic too, Justin, if you have conversation there. There's a little button up at the top.
Yep.
Certainly don't want. So they decide that they're going to do this, and what happens at that point? Do they take over custody? Is Child Family Services brought in? Like, how does this happen?
So pretty much they just tried to go to court and have an application, because they tried to say that because we didn't want to take her off life support, that we weren't.
In your opinion, remember that.
Yeah, well, obviously, in my opinion, based off of what I've seen, they're trying to make it out that we're not capable of making this choice whether or not she should remain on life support or not. I don't see how that's quite fair, because it's my flesh and blood. I should have that choice, should I not?
You know, I can't even imagine how they could come about figuring it out any other way. Do you think that it has to do with the fact that you're young? Like, why do you, I can't possibly understand why they would do that. It just doesn't seem, it's nothing I've ever heard hospitals doing, like, especially with such a young child. It seems just unbelievable that this is happening in the province. What's that?
It definitely is. But I can't comment too much further on that part. It's an important part, and there's some good progress with it. So
Yeah.
I had gotten the
a little bit. Still talk about the baby and everything else.
Yeah, no problem. Of course, we don't want you to get into trouble, and we know this is all just your opinion and whatnot. So definitely, you know, protect yourself, because we know the situation. We know, I was mentioning it the other day, this mentality of anything you say can and will be used against you, which just seems like it just seems terrible, because it seems like this is a situation that should involve dialogue. I'm just really blown away at the whole situation, Justin, and I give you and your wife mad props for having the strength. I guess what you did was you guys managed to get an injunction from the courts. Is that what happened?
No, we initially got a lawyer, and the lawyer went before the court with an application saying that something didn't look quite right here, and so yeah, and we got an injunction put forward till next Friday. So this Friday coming up, we have court coming up again, and we are going to continue to pursue what we were pursuing before.
So I have a question for you. Would it help for as many people as possible to come down and support this? Would you rather people stay away and leave the court empty? Like, what would your wishes be?
You know, I'm going to be very honest. I want as many people in the courthouse as possible. If you guys are in the Vancouver area, come down. Put pressure on it. Be a witness. If they're going to turn around and change their story as soon as you leave the courtroom, you guys can be there to see what the different tales being sung in the courtroom.
Absolutely. Well, I will guaranteed be there, Justin, and I will post on all my social medias to try and get as many people in Vancouver to make their way down for this. And of course, we will be absolutely 100% respectful. We're not looking for trolls. We're not looking for people to come down and make waves. We're looking for really, you know, just good folks to come down and just be there as a support system. You don't have to be.
When is the date and when is the time that people need to be there?
It is going to be Friday at 10 a.m. at the Supreme Court of Canada.
Okay, so that's right downtown in Vancouver.
Right on Smythe Street.
Justin, I advise you to just say what you need to say. Don't say everything you want to say. I know you want to because you have so much to say and you have a very worthy voice. But definitely work with your lawyer. Go over your talking points, what you need to say, and then, you know, go no comment if you need to. Just play it as smart as it can for yourself, because you don't want to say anything, as you were already stating, that is going to put yourself in any way. So.
Also, there was a very similar incident that happened at the Oakland Children's Hospital with a young girl named Jahai, I believe the last name was McMasters, where her family went in for a normal procedure. She was given a normal surgery and came out in a vegetative state. And the hospital did the same thing, where they tried to take her off of life support forcibly. The family did the same, went the same route, where they got a lawyer to file an injunction, and they were actually able to transfer her to a private hospital where they continued life support. And there was actually about a month ago, there was a report back on the news where she's still in a vegetative state, but she's still functioning. She's still able to live her life that way. So.
That's very, very interesting news. Thank you for sharing that, because that's kind of what I'm eventually hoping to get it down to. Now that you've mentioned that this has happened before, that's good news to bring up with my lawyer. Thank you for that.
You know, yeah, I can hook you up with Nick, Justin, through Facebook. I'll open a chat the same way you did with me and Cheryl. And I'll also mention, you know, in one of the CBC news stories that was online, I was reading some of the comments on your story. My God, it was hard to read those comments. I swear some of those people
I do agree with you.
Soulless fucking people, man. Like, it brought tears to my eyes. But there was one comment, and I wish I could have remembered the woman's name, but she had a very similar situation. She had a child that was told that it was, you know, going to have this, going to have this, going to have that. It was never going to live a good life, and sort of trying to go down this road of this sort of guilt of like, oh, you know, when is it time? When is enough enough? When is too much suffering too much suffering? Well, this woman told a story in the comments section of your story and basically said, my daughter is amazing. She has grown up. She grew up out of this.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw that exact same story. They tried to say she had the same problems as my daughter, and she's now 10 years old in school, functioning normally.
Yeah, and that's really what it's all about right there, because, you know, people can say, hey, when is enough enough? When is the suffering too much? But you know, as a parent, we don't want our children to suffer. We want our children to live, and we know that, you know, there's this balance of sometimes. And I had this conversation with Todd McCormick, who I welcome into the room, who suffered with cancer, you know, close to a dozen times as a child. Went through some things that, I mean, I can't even imagine what Todd went through as a child. I mean, he told me the other day. Talking with a good friend of his in the hospital when he was a kid, they used to talk about what they were going to do when his friend grew up, but they never talked about what he was going to do when he grew up, because no one thought he was going to grow up. And that's fucking pretty heavy duty of an energy for a kid to have. And I applaud you as parents, and I applaud Todd's parents for standing tough and just being like, this is our kid, and we're going to push through. Thank God Todd's parents did, because I personally am extremely appreciative that he's alive today to share the information that he shares with us on a regular basis. So I just wanted to get that out, and welcome everyone that I didn't say welcome to. Of course, Horatio was in the room, Justin. You know, big thanks to Horatio for it was a very nice gift.
No, I'm shocked because the government and the healthcare system succeeded.
Right.
And they managed to implant themselves in there and put a fear into your brain. I see this every time.
Hey, Justin, can you hear me?
You want to be added?
Do I want to be added?
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I'll be added.
Yeah, you guys can come sit on camera and talk with us. You're all welcome. We want to hear from all of you guys. Come on.
Hey, brother, how's it going?
What's up, Josh?
How you been?
Doing very good. Hello, family.
Hi.
Oh, my goodness.
Tab, so you guys take care. It's good seeing you, brother.
Yes, thanks for the links, Josh.
Michelle, do you want to stay here?
I am. I'm just going to be right back.
All right, that was the mom for the
Yes.
first appearance on anything so far, so it's going to be kind of nice to see her do something.
Absolutely, and I really appreciate you guys coming in and sharing your time with us. I know that it's a delicate time for you, and we really appreciate it. So, and the people appreciate it. People want to know what's going on. People want to offer their support. I think for the most part, people are good, and people want to do right, and people want to help. And sometimes when you hear things like this, it's just, I don't know, it's shocking to say the least.
Yeah, you know. Like,
Of course. Of course.
Every time you get someone to put your
Did you have something to say, Todd?
I think she's just taking a dab right now, actually.
I was going to say that it's amazing to hear this story as an adult, because when I was a kid, you know, my parents were very young. My mom was 19 when I was born, and when I first started getting sick, the doctors couldn't identify my disease because it was so rare, and they actually told my mother at Boston Children's Hospital that she was just inexperienced young mother who was overexcited and, overcautious, and, giving her Quaaludes and telling her to go home. And in the meantime, I had a tumor growing in my spine, and I was, literally dying. And, practicing medicine is just that, practicing. And it's disgusting when, they just are so either willing to give up or not going to allow somebody to pursue any type of treatment other than what it is that they dictate you need. And, I think it's a brave time you're going through to try to put up with this and to try to do the right thing for your daughter, and the desire to help your daughter is overwhelmingly more stronger than the desire to do what the doctors tell you. So I understand the difficult situation you're in, and I applaud you for it. Having kids is hard enough, and then having kids that have special needs or that get sick, or it adds a whole degree of difficulty to it that as a kid that was sick, I always felt so bad for my parents because I felt like they were going through a bigger hell than me because they sat at my hospital bed feeling helpless most of the time. And when she started giving me marijuana, I was 9 years old, and it was 1979, and my mom was breaking the law, and there was not a lot of support for her doing it. There was no positive media or anybody that would have supported her other than, Child Protective Services taking me away from her if they'd found out. And I can't thank her enough. And I think what you're doing, it may be hard for people to understand, but the inexcusable desire to save your children or your child is really the driving force here. And I'm really glad my mother broke the law, and I'm really glad my mother stepped out of the box and helped me through chemotherapy and radiation with cannabis. And I wish you the best of luck in this. It's hard to listen to it, and I suddenly feel that feeling of helplessness that my mother and father must have felt, because you feel so, you have so much empathy and so much compassion, and you feel like there's so little you can do. And I applaud you in this, is what I say. And as a kid who grew up sick, I'm glad I grew up, and I hope your daughter gets to live a full life too. And I wish you the best. I seriously and most sincerely do, man. So
thank you. If I can say something, I was a sick kid myself, so I went through leukemia, two different types of leukemia, in and out of remission 3 times each time. So I know what it's like being sick. But I will applaud you. I would like to applaud you on this, because going through sickness as a kid is hard. But then growing up and watching it happen to your own child, I'm gonna say it's the same, but it's different. It's instead of you going through the pain and you wishing you could take your child's pain away, It's your child going through it, not you. And you would do anything to just switch positions. And as a mother, I find that we do everything for our kids. As parents, we will do anything to protect our kids. We will make sure that they are safe, that they are loved, that they have food and a roof over their head. We do whatever we can to make sure they have everything they need. But being a sick kid, you don't get time to take care of yourself, so you have to have other people do it for you. I would like to applaud you on being able to take care of yourself and turn that experience around and help other people. Like, that takes a lot of courage, and that's not something that's easily done.
You know,
I'm going to say it right. Oh.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to piggyback and say thank you both. You know, Todd's an example, and thank you for taking the chance yourself. I know you got yourself healthy, but it's a whole other thing now that you're a parent and have the responsibility. So you are now the teachers. You are now the inspiration for people. You've got now lots of people watching what you're going to do and to see what's going to take place, because they believe in what's happening. They want to see your child live. They want to see you succeed. Everybody wants to see life. Nobody wants to see death. So thank you and much respect to you guys for what you are doing and continuing to do. And Todd, thank you for being an example for others so that they have somebody to look to that has actually done it and not just hoping somebody's out there doing it.
True story there. And I want to welcome David Hutchingson to the chat. I'm not sure if he's going to get his camera and his mic working right away, but David is on the front lines as well. He lost his wife to cancer, and in fact, the day that his wife went into palliative care in cancer, his daughter had developed I believe it was a brain tumor, but I would let him tell his story when he gets his mic working. So his wife and daughter actually both ended up passing away from their diseases, and he's really on the front lines now for cannabis reform and cannabis legalization, cannabis being able to be accessible and used as a medicine. And I know that he's offered some help as well to the young family here with young MJ. Great name, by the way, guys.
He named her. I was not coherent enough.
Well, it's a beautiful name. I love reading it. MJ.
Thank you.
So one more.
It's an innate. I just wanted to mention, Mark, it's an innate all parents have to protect their children. I mean, what do they say about bears? Never get in between
a mama
bear and her cubs, especially if the mama bear feels that the cubs are being endangered. So it's an innate instinct that all animals have, and humans are no different, to protect our children and to do what's best for our children. And it's just so horrible when the government gets in the way of in between you doing what you think is best for your kids. It's a very difficult place to be.
Yeah, and I think that it's much harder on the children, on the parents, than it is on the child. I mean, as you were saying, as a kid going through it, you're just stuck with going through it. But as a parent watching your kid go through it, it's heart-wrenching, especially if you don't have a medical degree and you don't really know what's best. And, you find treatments that are beneficial and then everybody scorns you for trying to use them. It's a really difficult situation to be in. And, it's amazing now because I think it's parents like you that are going to have to fight for the freedom to try to use a safe substance to help your children out, because they're so willing to prescribe unsafe substances that may well not help your children out. And we're supposed to be cool with that. We're supposed to be like, okay, pot is demonized, but whatever the chemotherapy you're trying to shove down the kid's throat, that's cool. And I think that it gets to a point where we're just sick of it. We as patients that are going to die someday, because we're all not immortal, it's about quality of life while we're alive. I mean, I'm not going to live forever, but you know what? I'm really trying to be as healthy as I can be while I'm on the planet. And I think that is the key defining element here. If they can give something to that child that improves the quality of life that child has while the child has a life, be it a year, be it 100 years, why the fuck would anybody deny this? And this is where I start getting really angry.
I guarantee you it's not going to be a Percocet or an oxycodone, you know? It's going to be cannabis oil that's going to provide those pediatric patients relief.
So I have a question for you guys, because it's so scary that that they're going to try to take control, that they're going to try to take the child, and cannabis being the way it is, how do you go about finding the cleanest standardized medicine, testing all of these different things for other parents that may be going through this? What direction do you lead them in if this is happening to them?
They're gonna want to find the
Haley Rose Foundation is what they're gonna want to get in contact with. Is the Haley Rose Foundation? They are very, very educated. It's a very, very educated family who uses seizure epilepsy medications as well as cannabis to help stop their daughter's seizures, and they're a very strong family. They've been doing this for over 16 years now, so they're quite educated in what they're going through, and I strongly recommend going to them first. Try to find out them, because they can get all the testing done necessary to be safe and have proper dosage for the baby or whatever age the child is in need.
Okay, so that is Cheryl T. Rose, I'm guessing, and Haley's mother. That is
That's correct. That is correct.
Right. We had her on Hash Church some months back, and she, of course, told the story of Haley, and it was also very inspirational. So that's great that people can get in touch with that foundation. And then one more time, I want to mention the date and the time for the court, for the Vancouver Supreme Court case that we want to offer people to come support. People to come support quietly and respectfully. That is the most important thing if you're going to come down.
It has to be, it's in Supreme Court, so.
Exactly. I've had this happen myself years ago when I was busted at a roadblock with almost 17 pounds of cannabis, and it was a Passion Club case. Hillary thought it would be a good idea that we offered some of the patients that wanted to support that they could come to the court, and so every time I went to court, my court case was full of people who were nothing but respectful, quiet, but at the same time, a lot of them wore their sicknesses. You could see that they were ill, and it really did have a drastic effect on the judge in my case, who coincidentally developed prostate cancer during the case. So I think he was listening even more intently on the medicinal uses of cannabis. I think it's easier to listen when you yourself have a loved one or a child or a sister or a mother who is sick with one of these ailments. Then suddenly it becomes aware to you that well, much like, Jessica and Naya's story, Jessica didn't come across as someone to me that was all about herb and all about cannabis. It seemed like she came from the other side of things, and she was kind of like, when she first came to it, she wasn't even sure, like Lester Grinspoon probably, who was thinking, this isn't good, before they realized this is good. And of course I told Justin this recently, you should pick up Lester's book, Marijuana Reconsidered. I think it would be a powerful tool for you guys to have at the hospital, to share with other doctors, to let them know that there are brilliant men in their field discussing these things, and that it's just another addition to the quiver. It doesn't have to be this or that. It just has to be allowed. It absolutely has to be allowed.
Of course.
Well, that was that was some heavy openings to Hash Church, you guys. I super thank you for coming and sharing your guys' story. It's just unbelievable, and anything I can do to support, you have my support. Don't feel afraid to ask. I'm local. A lot of these guys aren't local, and I know they would do whatever they could for you as well. But I am here, and as is Horatio, and we have no problem. We have no problem helping. Don't feel like you're putting me out in any way, shape, or form if you request something from me.
Thank you.
And now, I think it's a perfect time to take a few-minute break. I can see Mark already smiling because he knows what I'm going to say. Mark Scialdone wrote a song for Hash Church. And I got to say, I like it. I really like it, dude. Like, the first time I heard it, I was kind of like, this is kind of trippy. And then the next time I heard it, I was like, man, this song could go on for 35 minutes. So, do you have the song? Can you play the song for us?
Yeah, it's so funny, you know. It's like, first of all, I was like really cool to be on here when you know, we were talking about Jerry's passing, because again, I think a lot of the things that have come to me, at least in my life, including you know, most of my association with cannabis, has been through the Grateful Dead and now Fish scene. I know a lot of people don't get it, but it's good. It's a just an extension of sort of the real idealism that, you know, you don't have to go through life and be concerned about in the commercial world if you just create your own little thing and it becomes its own little new commercial thing, which is kind of like a microcosm of the cannabis industry. There's a lot of lessons that can be learned from, you know, the Grateful Dead sharing their music, just like people in the cannabis industry share different strains or different hashes. It creates a more larger awareness of what's out there. And yeah, so in terms of the song, Mark, it was so funny because I got some great feedback on Facebook about playing music when we had the Jerry Garcia's anniversary of his passing last week.
Yep.
And as you know, I've been out on Fish tour. In fact, I'm reporting in from Columbia, Maryland right now. I'm in my hotel room. Fish totally killed it last night, Mark. Oh my God, great version of Nitrous last night. Just
I listened.
Really old school. They throw down at the Meriwether Post Pavilion. It was just a really great show. Lots of great cannabis being consumed here in the nation's capital. I'd like to throw a word out to Andrus, who reached out to me through Hash Church. It looks like we might be doing some science work for his missions here in the D.C. and Maryland area. So there's a Hash Church, a business connection. So that's, thank you very much, Mark. But the song wrote itself because I began to think that, geez, a lot of people reached out and they said they loved hearing the music. I said, well, why don't I just write a song about Hash Church? And I just started explaining about all the people on it, Horatio and Johnny B, and, you know, I even added a Nikki B because I forgot I thought of a Nikki B verse, so I said Nikki B at the dispensary. That's the latest verse, but it was meant to be a modular song that we can just add whoever is a contributor on Hash Church as a new verse, and it just becomes another verse in a never-ending song whose refrain is "Yes, we cannabis."
Well,
And
today you'll have a new modulation. You will have to write a story about baby MJ. We need a line.
yeah, well, that's great. I'll reach out to everybody who wants to contribute any lyric. Just throw it my way, and we'll add it to the song. I'm actually going into the studio with the reggae band on record it. I have just sort of like a demo recording. I think the one I shared with Mark, just me doing a 6-track recording on my laptop, 3 vocal tracks and 3 guitar tracks. I think it sounds really neat and could be like a really catchy tune to bring Hash Church awareness and Yes We Cannabis awareness all across the land. So
we'll light it up,
Mark.
Light it up.
All right. All right. Well, I included everybody. Everyone's in the song. I think. Let's see. everyone on the Etienne, we got Horatio, we got Nikki B. Okay, yeah. We got Tony V. I tried to add everyone. I didn't want to exclude anybody, but it's got a little reggae beat, and it's a little fish-inspired, as you may imagine. I'm thrilled to contribute, Mark. What could I say? I was so inspired.
Awesome.
Get out the guitar. I'll play a few.
Don't you have a recording of it? I thought we were going to listen to it. That's what I've been waiting for the last 10 minutes.
Okay, so is there a way that we could share the recording that I sent you?
Well, if I guess I could just play it through my speakers.
Well, would people be able to hear it? I mean, would it sound okay, or?
Well, it would sound better than not hearing it at all, I think. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, I guess I could send the lyrics too, so people can see and sing along, right? So the refrain is really catchy. It's called "Yes, We Cannabis," and I guess it could just be used and sampled all over the place. So let's see. Do you have a link, Mark, to the thing, or do you want me to?
I'm going to try to open it right now. I didn't. Oh, here we go. I can just play it. You want me to just play it? I think that's good.
Go ahead. Just a warning to everyone. This is a crude pre-studio demo.
This is take 2, so it's the good one.
This is take 2, right? You should have heard take 1. It was horrible.
All right, here we go. We're listening.
He's playing it. Did you hear it?
We got Bubbleman talking about making hash. Got Horatio talking about the chemistry. And Tony V talking about the policy. Got Etienne getting at the medicine. We got DNA talking about biology and soil growth. Looking at the pH. Got Jeff in the church talking about technology. We got lots to say about the cannabis plant on Hash Church. On Hash Church.
Just give me a second, Horatio. I'll get the list of medications so I can talk.
On Hash Church. We got the Cuban girl making some dry supply. We got Lester G talking about psychology. There's Reverend Todd preaching philosophy. Got Chris in the church talking about history. Got Tritone K showing us a better way. And Johnny B shining on an LED. Woo! We got lots to say about THC, the secret plant. On hash. Oh yeah, on hash church. It's sweet cannabis. On Kent Street cannabis. On Kent Street cannabis. On Kent Street cannabis. On Hash Church cannabis. On Hash Church cannabis. Oh yeah, on Hash Church cannabis. Long way. On Hash Church
SoundCloud coming soon for those that couldn't hear very well, but thanks, Mark. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, so the disclaimer is that, again, whenever you go into a studio and you have musicians that are in there for a session, it really helps them if they can get an idea of what you want the song to sound like, so you can make the best use of the studio musician times. So this recording that was made was not meant for public consumption. It was just given. It was just made to give the studio musicians an idea of what I think the song ought to sound like. So, you know, we'll have a nice studio recording of this very shortly, and it'll sound much better and much polished, and it will be on SoundCloud. And Mark, you're welcome to use it for, you know, your channel and Hash Church. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. That's awesome. And I want to welcome Aaron from DNA just came in the room. I think David got his mic working. David Hutchingson. And
good morning.
Angie
Good morning
first.
to you guys.
Oh, good morning, David. How are you doing?
I'm very well, and welcome to all of you, wherever you are.
Excellent, excellent. We were just listening to the Hash Church song that Mark Scialdone is getting ready, and before that we were hearing a little bit about baby MJ and the sort of situation that the parents are going through right now.
I was listening to that, Marcus, and I was just listening to the music. I heard the story beforehand. I'm quite familiar with it, and it was good to see people. I don't know everybody's name, but I could see Todd grinning away at listening to the music. But just seeing the smile on Justin's face just makes it all good. He needs something to smile about right now, and being in the church here, I think, is great news.
Yeah, I think it's definitely.
We have Michelle with us as well, the mother.
Hey.
Yes, Michelle as well, of course, has been sharing a little bit, and hopefully she's going to share more with us.
Oh, definitely. She's gonna be sharing with you guys the medications and
I can't even
how she
all.
thinks she interacts with the older medications versus the newer medications. We're gonna mainly focus on they're trying to use benzos to treat the epilepsy, and we're gonna talk more about how we think that is being effective.
You know, there's an amazing story that we focused on. It's Jason and Jaden's story. It's this father and his son in the Bay, and the kid has major seizures, and they had him on benzos when the kid was a little baby, and the detoxing of the child was worse than the seizures. And he got the kid on the CBD. His story has been the one that's been shared over 18 million times. It's the most seen clip out of our whole film. And you know, he talks about exactly that. Putting a child on benzos is insane. You know, you've got full 200-300 pound football players that can't handle detoxing off of these hardcore drugs. And after listening to that and seeing the effects that child had with CBD, I can't imagine any parent putting their kids on benzos after that.
Yeah,
but I really implore you to take a look at his story and to judge for yourself, though, of course.
Can you imagine her taking a size dose that a doctor would not even prescribe me? It is too high of a dose for a doctor to prescribe me, apparently. They're giving it to her every 3 to 4 hours.
And what is it that they're taught that they would? I mean, it just seems so extreme to give that type of a drug. I mean, I saw again now. What is it? The OxyContin they want to give to like 11.
Fentanyl.
They want to give her fentanyl as well.
Fentanyl. Whoa, fentanyl, the thing that's like killing people when they take a little tiny bit too much.
Yeah, that's what I've been I've been talking about with the doctors. They say it's safe, but then how come it's all over the news that people are dying from small, teeny amounts of it? Just teeny amounts of fentanyl
And
at a time.
adults.
And adults.
Now,
Full-grown adults.
well, I can tell you from
all the benzos.
yeah, first-hand knowledge, that fentanyl is the most terrifying aspect of prohibition going right now. And people think, well, fentanyl is not an illegal drug. It's a legal pharmaceutical. It's like, yeah, but the problem is people can get it cheap. They break it up into powder, and then they cut it into other drugs that are illegal. And people don't have a standardization when they get those drugs. So currently, a good friend of mine up in Whistler, he just lost a couple, a husband and a wife. They weren't heavy drug users at all. They had a young son, I believe, 2 years old, and they were celebrating getting a new house. This was also all over the newspapers. They went and got some sort of recreational drug. I don't know if it was an ecstasy or cocaine or what it was. It's not really the point. The point is they were not protected when they went and got that, and it was cut with fentanyl, and they both died. So it's a pretty heavy aspect of prohibition.
But if you were to go out and buy a bag of pot, you're not going to die, are you?
Unless it's cut with something.
But still, I'm talking about
Even then you won't.
If you cut out dispensaries, then you're cutting out a source where you can walk into any dispensary, and you're not going to die from smoking a bag, are you?
Well, I've always said it this way, Justin. I've always said, let's take the harm out of pharmaceuticals, H-A-R-M. It's right in the start of the word when you drop the P. And if we take that P and that H, sorry, Mark, I know we usually like to keep it there, but in this case, we're going to get rid of it, and we're going to put an F, and we're going to put the farm back in. So we're going to take the harm out and put the farm back in. And to me, that's like saying no to dangerous synthetic drugs and saying yes to powerful natural herbs.
I agree. You know what I like to say, too? You can't have healthcare without THC.
This is true, and don't get me wrong. I definitely believe that doctors are important, that hospitals are important. They keep people alive. They can reattach your arm. They can do all sorts of incredible things. If you're giving birth and there's complications, they can make sure that baby stays alive. They can do things, and they're good people. And I'm not in any way talking down. We really should make sure that when we talk about these things, it's important that we don't constantly divide, because I think the only way anything is going to move forward, particularly in this scene, is when we embrace each other and the best of both groups get together and really acknowledge how this can be helpful in all of these different platforms and modalities.
I agree.
Marcus, it's David again. Just one thing I'd say to Justin. I don't know if they're aware. I know Cheryl and Haley, and I know Paul Hornby pretty well. But we've got our own Charlotte Figge equivalent here in BC. She's a young girl. She's 3 years old. She lives in Summerland in the interior. Just over a year ago, she was on a whole host of narcotics at BC Children's Hospital, same place that your lovely daughter's in. And they eventually sent her home, aged just over 2. She was 2 and 1 month. She was having severe seizures. It's not Dravet's and it's not epilepsy, but it's a severe seizure disorder. And they'd come to the end of the line, and they basically sent her home and said, there's nothing else we can do for her. She was on some horrific barbiturates and benzos, and the worst of which was phenobarbital. And she was up to maximum dosage of that within 24 hours. And it took over 6 months to wean her off it, but she's off everything now. All she takes is cannabis oil. She's on Charlotte's Web, that's up here from the States, and she's doing exceptionally well. And she's never going to be a normal little girl. Unfortunately, she's had so much damage done. She was having 200 plus seizures a day, but there is a change coming here, and you guys are right on the edge of making this happen. So I really applaud you, and anything we can do to help, I'm here to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe David, if you don't mind, I told a brief little history about you, but it would be great to hear about in your words what led you to your cannabis activism, your promotion of cannabis as a medicine.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. I apologise, I haven't got a camera working. I'm not at home at the moment. I'm using a friend's laptop, and it doesn't have a camera. I thought it did. So you guessed from my accent, I'm not from America or North America. I'm originally from the UK. I was born and raised in the southeast of England on a nursery. My father and my grandfather were both horticulturists, and my dad would have loved me to have taken the family business over, but I didn't want to do it. Once I'd finished my schooling and education, I left home. I joined the Royal Air Force, and I was served in uniform for 23 years. And the reason I tell people that is I don't have any background in narcotics or any exposure to it, because basically any exposure to it back then meant go and find a new job. It was one of the quickest ways to get out of the military, and it wasn't. I enjoyed what I did. I flew all over the world, and I left in 2002 simply because I wanted to live in Canada. I was still enjoying my work and still enjoying traveling, but it was Canada I wanted to be in. Came in 2002 with a wife and 2 daughters, and as Marcus already told you, in 2005 my then 41-year-old wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. She survived a further 4 years. She went through full allopathic treatment, surgery, chemo, radiation, and then second rounds of it, and she died age 46 in 2009. And as Marcus said, 2 weeks to the day before she died, it was the day she was taken into palliative care in White Rock in British Columbia, my then 16-year-old daughter was diagnosed with a brain tumor that originally thought the headaches and concerns she was getting were just because her mother was palliative and she was stressed. But unfortunately, it turned out to be a brain tumor. And it was her journey that really has changed my life. For the first couple of years, we went through the normal treatment sessions, and then 2011, I can know the exact date it was 31st of March 2011, my daughter Beth's type of tumor changed. I knew nothing about brain tumors. I think one of the guys was saying earlier, I think it was Todd was saying earlier, I don't have a degree in science, I have no medical background, but I'm a networker, and I'm a safety manager, I've been an aviator, I've done lots of things like that. So but I can put 2 and 2 together, and I started reading articles, and one of the first people I got connected with was he's a friend of mine, he's a neurosurgeon in the UK, and he'd actually operated on my daughter, the very first surgery she had, and I said to him, I've come across this article about using THC for a brain tumor, and I'm willing to try anything, but it seems a little bit strange, eh? And he said, well, I'll send you a paper, and the paper says, I'm sure some of you have seen it, but if not all, is by a guy called or the first named person on the paper is by Farougi, F-O-R-O-U-G-H-I, Mansour Farougi, and it's 2 teenage girls, both from British Columbia, who both had astrocytoma brain tumors, and both came out, maybe not for now, but I could expand later if interested. It's quite an amusing story how those came out. They'd both admitted they'd been smoking cannabis, and they had spontaneous regression of the tumors. These are slow-growing, benign tumors, but there's no traditional treatment they can do for it, fortunately for them. Otherwise, they'd have been doing surgery and chemo. And both girls are in great health now. Here we are, 5 or 6 years later. One's working full-time and one's at university. So with my daughter Beth, I started researching. Within 48 hours, I was in direct contact with people that, most of you know, Manuel Guzman, and I quickly accelerated. I was then in direct contact with Ethan Russo, who's become a friend of mine, and the list just kept going, and they would connect me to other people, and I started researching more. My daughter Beth took an extracted oil that I made. That's how I first met Paul Hornby. At the time, it was illegal here in BC. It's now a legal thing to do for somebody to be making derivatives. So the law is catching up with the reality of the situation. But I learnt a lot over the last 4 years about profiles. I knew nothing about terpenes and flavonoids and the different types of the different cannabinoids involved. But I've learnt a lot in 4 years. My daughter took it for 18 months, had a clear MRI. She started at university in UBC, University of British Columbia. She got into her first semester and she decided she wasn't taking the oil anymore. I wanted her to take a maintenance dose. Unfortunately, she decided she wasn't taking it. She said, I'm an adult now. I'm not taking it anymore. So we had a big argument, as you can probably imagine, but she chose not to, and 5 months later it returned. And after that, anything she took after that was pretty much just of a palliative nature. But I've got to say, it really, really helped, even through her passing. She died age 20 in October, 25th of October 2013. So yeah, that sort of takes my story, and I've got involved continually since then. I'm involved with helping doctors educate other doctors. One of the guys I work with was hopefully going to be on the call this morning. Unfortunately, he's not. He's been called into work, but he's an MD. There are two doctors I'm working with, and we're trying to educate other doctors. And it's if you can just get in to talk to them, and you can provide the scenario for other doctors to listen, they will only listen to another doctor. They won't listen to anybody on this call. That's just the way it's just the way it's wired. But if you can get a doctor who's willing to talk about it, we need those people on our side because they're the ones who educate the other doctors. And you can see a huge shift in an hour when they get explained the history of it, the prohibition, the endocannabinoid system, the phytocannabinoids, how it works, what it can work, and how easy it is to prescribe here in Canada because we have a national program. And yeah, so I have a passion for this, and it's not going to abate. I'm hoping we're going to get a change of federal government shortly, and I hope that might step it up another notch. But we need change. The world needs it, and it's happening.
Well, thanks for sharing that story, David. It's definitely it's heartbreaking for certain. I can't imagine what you went through, but you sure have seemed to come out of it stronger. I can say I met you during a time that I met a lot of what I would call almost these sort of sharks that were swimming around this new cannabis industry. And when I met you, before I knew any of your story, I just thought, wow, that guy really feels a little bit different than a lot of the people I've met here. He feels, I don't know, wherever he's coming from is different from where a lot of these guys are coming from. And then, of course, I found out your story, I don't know, maybe some months later, and it all sort of went full circle. You know, the foundation that you have, how you came to be in all of this, it's of a righteous nature. It's of a nature that is not that's whatever that nature that those kind of money guys that are all sort of surfing around in their fancy suits. So I applaud you for the work that you're doing. I think it's right down the right alley. I think you're absolutely correct that you need to get doctors. If we can get a small group of doctors educated to then go out and talk to the doctors, it does need to happen like that for whatever reason. They, you know, like they've been taught such an intense curriculum over such a long period of time that so few people make it out of, that they build this very strong personal perspective on their own knowledge, and it becomes very hard for them. And I think the best doctors, absolutely do listen to their patients. But I think a lot of doctors, they have this knowledge that they really know. I mean, it is their job, after all, to know best. And I always am reminded what Todd McCormick says, which is, you know, doctors are practicing medicine. They're practicing medicine. That's a frightening concept because they're practicing it on us.
Yeah, I agree. Marcus, those words mean a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. That's you know, that's a powerful story, and I wish I know Tony has a story of a woman, one of his most powerful testimonials. It's on the UCAN website, I believe, or the Act Now. He just started his Act Now website, the Activated Cannabinoid Therapy Program. But this woman had metastatic breast, bone, and liver cancer. I don't want to get that incorrect. I believe her name was Karen. And she tried one time to come into Hash Church, but she couldn't get her mic working. And wow, speak of the devil, that's crazy.
Okay, what's the
yeah, I was just telling the story of Karen. I believe it's Karen who went on the medicine and went then. Basically, if you just heard David telling the story of his daughter going off of
I think actually closer to the window. I think it's fine.
Ended up coming back later and affecting her life. Karen had a similar situation, but she was able to go off of it, have the cancer come back, and then get the cancer away again, correct?
Well, it's a constant battle every day, but yes, and you know, that's what she's dealing with all the time. And I think what it proves is that when you're able to supplement your endocannabinoid system and regulate it, then you can repair that communication between, you know, those two systems, and it seems to give at least our human body a better chance at fighting cancer.
It also really promotes the concept that I've heard you talk about, Tony, which is that we're not trying to cure the cancer as much as trying to, you know, turn it off, get it so it's just like maintained and turned off. And I guess you were trying. This is the story of Karen, who wanted to test going off of the Act Now, the prana, in order to see if the cancer actually came back. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And also that goes for any kind of cannabis oil. You know, you're putting cannabinoids, like we always talk about, you're putting cannabinoids into the body. So, you know, if it's a super efficient delivery method like what we have, or you're just taking oil into a syringe and eating it that way, it's still the same concept of, you know, if there's an endocannabinoid deficiency, we need to supplement what those cannabinoids would be missing, get everything firing again, and give our body the best possible chance at fighting off ailments and diseases. And I think it's important to note that you should combine that with a good nutritional lifestyle. You know, we are what we put it into our body, and that's an important concept to understand and hold true.
And I guess with the diet, especially with cancers, it gets into pH, and I wonder how much importance pH will have on resin in the future. You know, this conversation, Todd showed us the emulsification of the, was it high pH water that you dropped into the resin, Todd? Did he freeze up on me? He'll come back. Yeah, so interesting stuff.
When we get into this conversation about water at a high pH, it emulsifies fats. That's why we have shampoo and conditioners, and fats and oils do mix. It's just, what is the pH you're mixing them at? And, you know, so I think there's still a lot that has, you know, yet to be discussed. You know, I kind of want to bring something up, actually, because of all people, Jeff at Aqualabs posted this really old, I don't know if people can catch this, but this really old advertisement from a Sensimilia Tips in the 80s. And if you guys can see what this is,
closed loop.
It certainly looks like a closed loop. It's called the Honeybee
Tree.
Yeah, and if anybody has more information on this, you know, I found it kind of interesting because a lot of the consciousness for closed loop or gas extractions didn't hit until '99, as we've discussed. And to see this in a and it's not in any of the Sensimilia Tips I happen to have, but I believe Jeff, the guy that owns Aqualabs, is a really solid guy. And he said that he found it in one of these, he found it in Sensimilia Tips Volume 4, Number 2. On the back cover. And if anyone has more information, I would love them to write me about it, because I'm just interested in the history of these extractions. And if there was that much consciousness around gas extraction in the 80s and it took us this long to catch on to it, man, we are stoned.
Well, what do you think the solvent would have been?
Well, the patent for butane and propane with coffee was in the early 80s, so that means that had to have been developed in the late 70s. So potentially you know, somebody was sitting there sticking things in a tube with coffee and jasmine and whatever the heck else, and someone put in pot and went bing, you know, at some point. Trying to find that point isn't as easy as it is to, you know. But when I found this was the first time I ever saw an advertisement going back, you know, what is now 30 years for technology that's really only been on the scene for, you know, 10 really in a way that we know it now. You know, people sitting here with, you know, their shatters and their butters, and, you know, Mark and I'll know that wasn't happening in '94 in Amsterdam. We were sitting there with dry sift and, you know, what we call pollinator hash, which wasn't really pollen at all. So we've come a long way.
Yeah, we have, for sure. I was talking about this with Jim Frere today, a little bit about the prohibition and how it's edited so much history and has forgotten so many cannabis products that were once common. It's that this is what he was saying to me on. Of course, we've had a couple of conversations where we give props to Soil Grown or to Compassion Chadwick for being the OG internet guys, and he's like, oh, those guys aren't the OG guys. Some Muslim dude is the OG guy, or some Afghani dude, and of course, but we just don't know. So as we uncover those things, of course, as we learn, one of the things I have no problem is changing my perspective as I learn more knowledge. But when I don't know it, I can only help and try not to be too ignorant. It's hard when you don't know something. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Tony.
Okay, Tony qualifying the gloves. I was a little scared. I was like, what is Tony doing over here?
Bong rip.
You remember last week on Ask Church?
Time for a bong rip.
Well, I decided to put the gloves on because Mark Scialdone was so interested in the delivery system that Horatio and him got into. With
No. Don't go back to an Asoli conversation, please, guys. I'll have to wash my kitchen floor or something if you guys start talking about suppositories again.
No, it's for if we touch medicine.
No, we'll do it with nanoparticles, Tony. We're going to hijack nanoparticles and put cannabinoids on them.
Yeah.
That's what we ought to do.
That's kind of what the plant fat is.
Can't you just make it so drones sprinkle nanoparticles of cannabinoids over your house and you're always just happy?
Your daily rain supplement of cannabinoids.
You can call those units SMECs. Remember the saturating my endocannabinoid system?
Yeah.
So you've got, I see Straight Concentrate in chat saying that you've got people lined up out the door at Harborside to come talk about ACT.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really good positive experiences here in the sense that the health center in itself is inducing to a ton of patients a day, probably over 1,000, maybe 1,500 a day that walk through here. Legitimate patients. We signed up over 50 cancer patients in the first 4 days. A lot of different things that we're used to seeing with depression, PTSD, autism, lots of epilepsy, and there's so many things to choose from that I think it's relieving to them and as well as us to be able to help in the sense that if you're looking for like a one-stop cannabinoid supplement place where you can get capsules, sublinguals, transdermals, topicals, and you actually have a program and there's nurses on standby and there's service there built into it. It's something that I don't think the patients have seen before, and it gives that next level more pharmaceutical approach with taking the harm out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Marcus, it's David. Can I ask a question? I think particularly somebody like Tony, but of the whole group. I've been asked by a group up here in Canada that's got some significant amount of money. They're going to work through the legal process up here, but they wanted to get involved in some research for a medical condition, and it's pretty much a blank piece of paper. I think two things that they'd rule out. One would be there's already a trial going on up here for PTSD with one of the universities, and then there's another one going on for osteoarthritis. But if you get your free ticket, what medical condition would you check to research with cannabis?
That's a good question. I would start with probably start with neuropathy and insomnia. Those are the two big groups that affect large populations, and they have secondary script uses. So once you kind of get through one of those lower hanging fruits in comparison to epilepsy or cancer, I think it opens up doors to continue that process and that research.
I think certainly. I think both of those. I think when it comes on for each future week, Dr. Hepburn will say those are two of the three things that they see most patients about: insomnia and pain. So that they good. Thank you, Tony.
So I see that we have somebody new, and I was able to get a little bit of a background on David. Maybe perhaps did I miss the introduction for him, Bubbleman, so the rest of the world kind of knows who that was?
Yeah, he gave us his introduction just literally right before you came in, and yeah.
Yeah, it was a fascinating read. Thank you for that. I like getting backgrounds and seeing that. It's always inspiring to see when you look back on somebody's life and what they've come from and what they're doing. I think it's important to use that as fuel in what we're doing.
Absolutely, 100%.
So I'll give you something that's interesting. I don't think this has ever been done in the cannabis world in the sense of stocking. These are all the SKUs of all the different products. So when we're talking about cannabinoid supplements, there's over 50 of them in the sense of the SKUs in a store. So it's kind of like a GNC of cannabis. So it's been an interesting procedure to get a whole store stocked. So we're able to kind of have our own standalone store inside a store. It's been an amazing energy between the staff here as well. Everybody at Harborside is extremely knowledgeable and extremely friendly and trying to genuinely help people. And it's also a beautiful store. Get
That's
to see
awesome.
a real.
Yeah, it is. It's nice to see forward motion, really, like however you want to call it, progress.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that the most important thing is, like, you look at California versus Colorado, you get to see a wider spectrum of culture. You know, when you're seeing over 1,000 people a day, you just get to see like a big spread of the culture, and it's amazing. And sometimes you got to think when an establishment like this has been here for a long time, what that impact does to a city and to a community, and it's also inspiring. So this whole week it's been 13-hour days, but not even getting that many breaks, you know, just talking to patients one after another and realizing that the educational level where they're at, in the sense of most people are still smoking and eating edibles, concentrates are coming aboard, and obviously like the SHO butter and the SHO shatter, the full melt, and then straight medicinals, flower rosin, and the terp rosin, all that stuff was really exciting. But I think now as we've been here for a week, everyone's starting to realize that being able to microdose or use capsules in the inactive and active form has a different place. So you can utilize them as supplements for lifestyle, whether you're, you know, somebody that wants to work out, somebody who wants to be athletic. You don't have to have the activated series. And so some of the guys that were working here, they actually tried the 20 milligram THCA capsules before they had a vet run. He said the whole time he was charged up, just felt extremely energetic. And I said, well, imagine you were smoking a haze, or you're smoking a really strong, energetic, like Trainwreck or Jack Herrera or Durban Poison, and you had that energy from behind the sativa, but you didn't have the high. You weren't stoned. And so that was like the best way to explain how a THC might have on the system. You know, providing that pain relief, providing energy, providing focus, but not having a psychoactive experience at the same time. So he's able to use it as a supplement more for sports enhancement.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It kind of brings me to the conversation, which brings Justin and Michelle back into the conversation. I'm not sure if you were listening earlier, Tony, but Justin and Michelle have a young child in the hospital in Vancouver right now, and the hospital, she's on a ventilator, and the hospital tried to sort of take control and basically take their child off the ventilator, you know, in this crazy heavy situation that they're going through. And of course, so the situation is, well, they need quality medicine. They need something that's actually got some sort of standardization, that's someone that can make this, that's actually, you know, putting their energies into creating a medicine rather than creating a profit margin. So the same thing comes up, and I don't know if they're feeling this. I can ask them in a second, but I noticed that because of the way a lot of research is for a particular amount of children with different ailments, that often people go for high CBD, low THC, based on not so much bioassay as much as based on information that's being learned through media, mainstream and non-mainstream. And I just wonder if there is, if there is a use for THC in younger children, to still be able to take away that pain, to still help with seizures, to still help with the things that we know THC can naturally help with, or if the push to produce high CBD, low THC, from my perspective, it always seems like a sort of a hemp push. It's like, oh, we can make money off this right away. There's money in the bank to be had. And I feel this attachment to THC because it was so much a part of the experience that taught me about everything I know about cannabis. And I just have this feeling, this intuitive feeling inside me that THC is deeply important to the cannabinoid profile and the way terpenes even modulate other cannabinoids with THC present.
Well, so I've put a lot of thought into that, and a lot of the stuff that we're seeing is that, you know, having the elements of THC or THCA is extremely important for apoptosis. And if you just go with everything on CBD, there's no modulation, there's no connection. And so I created that little chart that I just sent you. And basically, if you look at the THCA and CBDA combination, is what we're finding works best for seizures and convulsions. And then specifically, there's a specific ratio that works better than others, and that's a 3-to-1. And if you go to 4-to-1, it works pretty good. 8-to-1 as well, good. And then as you get younger, like more towards 6 months old, that's where you're looking for 18 or 20-to-1. So if you look at those ratios of high CBD to low THC, this is where I would start with infants and work my way up. And as you get into the adults, you're getting more into the 3-to-1. Does that make any sense? And
Yeah.
so you want to have the most non-abrasive approach, utilizing THCA first, exhaust your THCA ratios, and then find and work your way into THC. But here's the thing. When I was the picture that I showed, if you look at this is what
Here, one second, Tony. I'm going to give everyone. I want everyone looking at this that's watching. So to the live audience, sorry to cut Tony off. I want you to go to www.actnowprogram.com, and you can punch in when you're there. You can go into programs, and then from there you're going to go into the Prana infograph. And that's going to give you this really beautiful little graph that Tony's talking about. And that way you'll have a better idea on when he's mentioning these different things, how they line up. It's very nice to be
an active 50.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to show you an example of like an inactive and an active, and then we're going to talk about phytocannabinoids versus cannabinoids and those effects on the endocannabinoid system. Because I think if you look at this like how foods work, it kind of makes sense. So I'm going to show you. This is why I'm wearing gloves. So you're making fun of it before.
Well, you know what would be really awesome is if you could the same way someone walks up to you at your office and then you give them your sort of advice. I would love for you to be able to give advice to Justin and Michelle right now.
Okay. So this is the concept that you want to look at first, because then I could give that advice. And so look at the difference. So you've got one that's like yellow, and then you've got one that's almost like orange.
Yeah, one that kind of looks really amber looks like it's inactive, if I'm correct.
That's correct. And so that's really important, because look at this as raw foods. What I just showed you was raw broccoli or fresh, or how about broccoli sprouts or even broccoli versus steamed broccoli.
Of course.
So if we look at that in the world of food, and we look at that as nutrient-dense molecules from food, when you're eating raw foods, you're going to get a spectrum, a full spectrum of medicinal properties that we haven't fully understood or explored yet, and that's what we're having in cannabis. So we're talking about CBD and THC, and there's 88 plus more cannabinoids in there. So if we're able to give you the raw form from, say, fresh rosin or freshly cured flowers that have been pushed into rosin, and extracted in its raw form and put into a capsule form, then you're getting the ratio and you're getting the milligrams that's supposed to be in there, but you're also getting the pure profile of the plant as well. So, in my opinion, your system is still going to go through apoptosis. You're going to be able to absorb that. Sure, you have a little bit of a chemical change, but it's not the same type of full decarboxylation, full activation that you would get from THC. You're still going to feel your medicine. You're going to not have this psychoactive, super heavy in the eyes type of stone effect. And so if you were looking at cannabinoids and you're looking at this, this would be another way to be able to, if you're looking at that chart, this is a way to plan out your day. So your P1 is breakfast, P2 is lunch, P3 is dinner, and P4 would be bedtime. And those ailments are in its order of which it best helps. So the P1 is THC or THCA. And so that's what you're going to find your most relief from. Your P2 would be combinations of THC and CBDA, inactive and active, and that's the list in which it works as a standalone. When you combine CBDA and THCA in a 1-to-1, which is the P3, and you combine that with myrcene and indicas and OGs, that's what's in that third category, then you're going to get your best combination for tumor and cancer. So it's about covering your spread and working around this in a like a day planner. And the P4 in small dosages of CBD and CBN, it's great for anxiety, PTSD, helps for muscle spasm. In large dosages, it's going to help you with insomnia. And so the reason why I created sublinguals in microdosing, so you have THCA and THC, you have your blend of CBD, high CBD, low THC, you have your 1-to-1, and then you have your CBD and CBN. Those are available in 2 milligram microdosages, so you could take them individually, or you can combine them and make whatever ratio you want. So if you knew you had a 1-to-1 CBD and CBN, and you had a 3-to-1 CBDA and THCA, and you took 3 drops of this and 1 drop of that, well, now you have your 20-to-1. You follow me? So you can build your own ratios, you can stack your own cannabinoid sequencing to whatever your desire is and ailment is. So it's fine-tuning it on microdosing, and then you have...
That sounds very amazing, but I'm going to take you here in the States, aren't you?
What's up?
You guys are located in the States, aren't you?
Yeah. Right now we're just in the United States, yeah.
That's fair, thank you.
What's up?
You don't have anything up in Canada that's like that. You don't have anything that has the ratios of CBN and THC, stuff like that.
And then it's about targeting. So if you think of a sublingual central nervous system, and think of capsules as your immune system. So capsule form would be IBS, Crohn's, cancer, tumors, autoimmune disorders, and then sublinguals would address epilepsy, nerve pain, PTSD, insomnia, things like that.
That's awesome.
But, you know, I can't, you know, we have our own store, so anyone that purchases from us, I don't have any control of where it goes after that, you know, so if it could get to...
One day we're going to get you up in Canada. I doubt that. I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah, I think Canada's almost there. They had a couple of laws that were, you basically only could get what? We were talking about that last time, 15 or 30 milligrams per dose.
Yeah.
Concentrate.
I have to admit, I really don't understand it. I think the way it was written was 30 milligrams per ml.
30 milligrams per ml. That's pretty good.
Oh.
It's not bad. That's 15. That's okay. So these are half ml. So that would mean you could get away with 5, 10s, and 15 milligrams.
Yes.
That's still really good though. You can still get. And then. So that would get you 300 milligrams of this. So right now they're at 400. So you could actually, I could almost do everything I have there except for the 20s and 50s.
Well then come on up and let's get Canada going in the future, dude.
Yeah, what was David saying about the research? Because I'm really interested in that.
He'll contact you.
Yeah. I'll contact you. I'll contact you separately, Tony.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what has to be done now. Now it's it's kind of like once you have oh, sorry, I got caught up reading Horatio's thing. Not there. Oh, yeah, he's going deep. He's asking a bunch of questions. But yeah, the one interesting fact that a lot of people misunderstand is that THCA in its pure form can be a rescue formula to actually stop seizures. So just THCA, and the higher ratio CBDA to low THCA, I'm seeing it used as a management and a recovery for daily reduction of convulsions and seizures. So we actually use the 3-to-1 CBDA to THCA for one of our patient stories that was published with Chrissy and Taya, and she actually had combination. She had 99 seizures at least a week. She's was 11, 35 pounds at the time when we started, horrible GI, on 6 different pharmaceuticals, complex with Dandy-Walker syndrome and autism. And so we used a 3-to-1 CBDA, got up to about 20 milligrams, used raw cannabis juice for the GI, and then basically used THCA to stop the seizures. And so that combination, as well as sometimes using the CBD and CBN at nighttime to get it through the night, that combination reduced those seizures now to one every 45 days. And her cognitive function improved from going from 2 to about 9 or 10 now. She had a clean bill of GI after 6 months, and she's off her pharmaceuticals. She's able to manage. So it's a supplement program we dialed in. We're able to manage that. We take that information, and what we're doing here is we pass that along to the next parent or the next patient that has those similar conditions and the same types of things that line up, and that gives a starting point. So that's where the nurses take over, and they say, okay, well, from our database, this is what we're seeing with 20 cases that are like that. This is what's showing to improve, and at least it gives us something to start with. From there, it gets fine-tuned. So I think that might answer Horatio's question that was in the background, because everybody's going to be a little different. It would be nice to have a scan, retinal scan or fingerprint scan, and be like, okay, you're missing 4 milligrams of THCA and 20 milligrams of CBD active and 1 milligram of CBN in your life, and it could digitally dial in, maybe one day.
It would be pretty incredible. I think we mentioned it on Hash Church some months back about creating this sort of box where you could just plug in all of your different cannabinoids and terpenes that are available, and then just dial in the exact thing that you want. And it would just be such a neat concept of being like, oh, that's like that old crazy haze that I used to get, or ooh, let's dial up the fruit content. And just a unique concept of being able to first understand and then being able to measure the deficiencies that are present in the endocannabinoid system. That would be a fairly huge breakthrough, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's good. Hey, I wanted to say hi to Shari. Little Shari is watching. My friend's little girl, and they just sent me a picture of her. She was dancing while Mark Scialdone was playing the song was playing. So she was jamming out. So shout out to Shari. Hash Church shout out to the little ones. When do you guys head back to see your little one, Justin and Michelle? You gonna be going there today? Let me unmute you. I got you muted. Yeah, you're muted and I can't unmute you. Have to unmute yourself.
Thank you for having me. We're definitely going to be going today, very shortly.
One last time for the court, for people to come, the date, the time, the place.
The court is on Friday at 10 a.m. at the Supreme Court of Canada. This Friday, the 21st, at 10 a.m.
All right, we'll put that up in Hash Church as well. 10 a.m. Supreme Court Canada. It's downtown Vancouver, and this Friday, August 21st. Go support Justin and Michelle and baby Mary Jane.
Justin, what's the link for your Facebook support group for your legal fees?
Yes. I can send you the link for that as well. We have a Facebook group going, as well as a fundraiser set up so that we can cover the legal fees to make sure that we can have the best lawyer possible to make sure that he can get the right arguments, the right proof, and help us win this case.
Absolutely. And who do you have a lawyer right now?
Middle? You take a little shower? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I think it. Well, my shower is it's a steam room and 2 showers.
All right, so you guys got that information. For those of you that are in and around Vancouver, if you want to come support, help them maintain some control, at least to the point where the hospital isn't allowed to take their baby off a ventilator that's clearly helping it stay alive. Still kind of can't believe the story is coming out of our very own city, but as you can see, still many injustices in the world. I do like the way David Hutchingson is going about it with Dr. David Hepburn. I think that's a great idea to just get a few key doctors educated, introduced to the right people in the sort of scientific community, which is the community that doctors do also tend to pay more attention to. And just because we have the science on our side, because we have the fact what we have on our side is this incredible story that any doctor would be inspired. So what are you telling me? There's another system called the endocannabinoid system, and it regulates the biological functions of humans through homeostasis of the central nervous system, and these are incredible things to me. And if I was a doctor and I knew as much as I had learned through all of my schooling and my practice, and someone came along and told me that all of this was also available, I would just gobble it up like as fast as I possibly could. It seems like adding to your medical quiver. No doctors in the room, but I'm sure they'd agree if they were. All right, just getting blown up.
So, did you have, you think Lester's going to make an appearance again?
I think Lester, I think he will. We had spoken, Todd and I had spoken about potentially this, trying to organize this show through, David Hutchingson contacting me and telling me about Dave Hepburn, and then contacting Dr. Donald Abrams, who was also very kind and said he would, if he was given enough time, he would make a book a day, come on to Hash Church potentially with Clint Werner as well. And then the idea of inviting Lester and inviting Ethan Russo, I think it could be a really great panel to sort of bring an important side of things to the discussion, which is, what's going on in the mainstream medical system right now. Guys that are in it would know better than anyone. I surely do not.
Lester said absolutely he'd be on again, and it's just a matter of his scheduling. Sundays are treasure to him because he's with his grandchildren, and Lester turned 87 now, so his years of advocacy and his focus is more on his children, I think, and his advocacy is a bit is a little lower on the importance scale as it should well be. So.
Well, I say to Lester that he is welcome anytime he wants to come in. If he finds himself in front of a computer on a Sunday, we will always send him the link. And if he wants to pen us in advance and be a part of the show with with Dave Hepburn and David and Donald Abrams and Clint Werner and maybe Ethan Russo and a few other of the panelists that are regulars on here. Of course, he is always invited. I understand that nothing's more important than hanging out with grandkids.
You know, and I should say, Mark, dare we say that, Mark and I have been talking, and Mark is actually starting to make a really a broader plan, and we're going to start bringing on people and different voices in the cannabis industry and trying to bring some real quality discussion to people that have been tuning in on Sunday mornings, because, fortunately, between, the people here, we know a lot of some of the best people in the industry. I mean, Aaron sat there living in Amsterdam, at what was once the heart of the cannabis industry for over a decade. I mean, he knows everybody that's, the whole scene in Europe is so much more developed in a way, the way the industry is and the shows. And, this is what inspired Mark and I when we started Experience in Amsterdam and in 95 and 94 and seeing the maturity in the industry. And starting to see that happen here is great, and trying to bring all this conversation together, I think, is going to be like the new goal of Sundays.
I can tell you that being a part of the cannabis community for the last 25 years has been a lot like being a dandelion that's growing under concrete, or a piece of grass that's growing under concrete. It's this kind of hard, crazy, but it's like when you have cannabis as the inspiration, as your pushing force, it really is hard not to get whatever you want to get done. I always feel so blessed that that's on my side of this argument, which I feel at this point isn't even an argument anymore. It's merely an education. All you merely need to educate people, and anyone with half a brain will really put it together pretty quick that this is not smoke and mirrors. This is not an agenda of negative. This is something that's real, and people all over the world can benefit from it. So please don't keep it from them. Daffy cannabinoid.
Hey, Darrin, what have you been up to? See you sitting there all quiet. It was nice running into you lately. Did you enjoy Chalice?
Say that again, sorry.
I said it was nice running into you lately at some of the events, man. Did you enjoy Chalice?
Yeah, it was good. I just went out there on the Saturday when I ran into you. It was good hanging out with you and Rob, and getting to talk to Rob about a few things that we haven't got caught up on. And yeah, I've been busy, traveling around, handling business, being with the family, family first, trying to be a good dad and take care of everything around here, and yeah, doing some little projects here and there, and business in Amsterdam is still going, although Amsterdam is changing. But who knows what Amsterdam's going to do, maybe they're just putting the thumb on all the players in Amsterdam right now so they can give out a license, so we can pay a tax on the license and a fee for the license and be able to do what we do in Amsterdam legally. Like it used to be able to make seed crops in Amsterdam, yep. And and you weren't allowed to grow flowers. So they would say, oh, only a little part of my greenhouse got pollinated and the rest is just, yeah, flowers. Hopefully it changes. It goes back to, the way it used to be.
I have faith in Amsterdam.
Are they trying to say in the Netherlands now, Aaron, that, DNA can't make seeds at all? It's completely...
You're not legally allowed to. Since 1998, you haven't been able to grow legal cannabis. You can't. You can grow tolerated 5 plants on your roof terrace under natural light. You're not legally allowed to make seeds in Amsterdam. They just fall from the sky. Mother Nature drops them off. It's just one. It's the same gray area that coffee shops have to deal with in getting the flowers. They're not legally allowed to get the flowers, but they're legally allowed to sell them.
Yeah, the hypocrisy has been thick for decades. They've been taxing retail hash and retail grass sales by the gram out the front door, but they've been prosecuting the coffee shop owners that make any of the grass or get caught importing any of the hash, and they have no legal system for the, you know, the Coca-Cola or the Heineken that they allow the bar to sell to show up at the back door, but they'll tax it on its way out, and it's really a taxation without representation, and it's a shitty system on any level. But you know, this is because of a lot of it's the pressure they were getting from the countries surrounding them that were still prohibitionists, and I feel that in some ways this is just catching up to Holland, even as it's dying off in America, because you know, God knows we feel a lot freer here than they do over there, which is really an irony considering how progressive the Netherlands was for forever.
You think you know, people think about, oh yeah, we're going to move to Amsterdam. Like, hey, stay in California. You're safer. You're safer here. You know, like I'm here in California. I mean, Amsterdam.
Well, you know, 20 years ago,
you're risking your ass.
20 years ago, Amsterdam was the adult city in the world. It was the true Las Vegas of the world, if you will, and you had the freedom to be an adult. It was a much different scene, and unfortunately, a lot of Christian influence got into the government, and a lot more conservative views started getting put down the pike, and unfortunately, that has become law, and you know, what was once a very tolerant place to be has become a very intolerant place in many ways, and it sucks, really, and but, you know, Spain is developing. You know, you guys had a great presence at Spanibus. You were the biggest sponsors at Spanibus this year, I believe. You know,
yeah,
like it.
Todd, I think, you know, I think maybe they are just going to, you know, crack down on Amsterdam, you know, and do that so they can open it up, to clean it up, to open it up, you know. It's just kind of like what they've done here in the States, where they go and raid and then they change their policy, and, you know, then they have their way to make their money, you know. They only make 6% tax off the coffee shop and the seed companies, you know. But
right.
They could get, you know, if they could just license out the coffee shop to grow their own flowers,
right?
You know, or a seed company to make their own seeds and charge them a tax and make everything above board, then you cut out all those black market channels, you know, that are running around and just be like, it cuts off the street in one sense, but it helps the big business.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. We all want the corruption out of the scene. You know, I you know, anyone who follows my Instagram knows I basically, you know, post the same thing I used to tell my grandmother I was into, which was girls and flowers. You know, so it's, you know, it's overt sexuality and pot, and in a way, I've had people come down on me for that, and then I go and I look at their pages, and they got all these Scarface references and gangsta this, and it ain't cool. I mean, people talk about, you know, we don't need girls' overt sexuality in the movement bringing us down, and it's like, really? The sexual revolution was literally 50 years ago, but there's never been a violent revolution where we've all wanted to live in a gangster society where people are running around robbing each other, flashing their Glocks, and acting like that's cool. And I'm so sick of that in this industry, and because of Amsterdam's shitty policies of not regulating the back door and just taxing the front door, they've had this type of illegal society permeating our cannabis culture, much like what's happening here. I mean, there was just a situation where they busted the union representative in Northern California for what is essentially taking money, because the way Oakland does the clubs is there's only 4 licenses that were existing, and then 4 more they opened up. And if you were kind of cool enough to get the union, then they would give you a higher ranking on your probability of getting a permit. And people were obviously stepping up to throw money at the union representatives to get their permits. You know, there's a lot of money in the scene here. And what bothers me is when I was sitting there thinking about it, there's 8 pot clubs in Oakland. There was 1,037 liquor licenses in the same place. And that is just, it's insane to think of of how imbalanced that really is, you know? Imagine if they went from 1,037 liquor licenses to 8 in this city. You would have so much rampant corruption. It would literally be like Al Capone days in Prohibition. And to me, I get that there's a few people that'll go for the cheese, you know, when you put it out for them. But the truth is, look at the system the city's setting up, where there's only 8 cannabis clubs in a city of 400,000 when there's 1,000 liquor stores, if you will. It's so imbalanced, and I think that really we've got to start pointing at the cities of Amsterdam and the governors and the governments as being the problem, you know?
As they always are, dude. I want to bring it back to Amsterdam for a second and actually give a shout out to Switzerland. I think Switzerland started around 2000 and only went to like maybe 04 or something, maybe 05. I can't remember. That's
2003.
That's it? Come on. People were there past 2003.
No, I mean, legally growing in Switzerland?
Yeah, I mean, just the way they went about it. The way they were like, oh, let's just turn it into aromatherapy. We'll put it in pillowcases and it'll be like...
That was great time.
It was
they flipped that, though.
And you want to talk about pressure from other countries. In the small town of Basel, like that borders France and Germany, I think there were like literally close to 100 shops that were selling these little aromatherapy pillows that like tons of people were coming over from both those countries on the train and just buying herb. You could see it. Like you could... It was so obvious when you went out into the streets of Basel. You could just see all of these young people, and it was like, man, we have like half the kids that live in the towns that border this country are here right now. They're literally here buying herb, and they looked young. And Switzerland did that shit for a long time, like surprisingly. And no permits or anything. You could just like, I saw that shit growing on the side of the road at those flower picks that you could literally like put a couple francs in a little jar and then like pick like a sunflower or some other wildflowers, and often there was like budding cannabis in those patches right on the side of the road in Switzerland. And forget about going like to like some of the bigger facilities were literally like the size of many football fields, like not even like a football field. Like,
Sean Baba,
I know,
hectares and hectares of plants and making essential oil from the plants, and it takes 1 ton of cannabis to produce 1 liter of essential oil.
And I saw gallons of those essential oil in his walk-in freezer when I went and visited that facility. So I know that place to this day was probably the most impressive like facility I've ever visited. It was he had Calio. They were all about 6 to 7 feet tall. There were many acres of it under glass, and they were like fully budding. And I remember walking into the room and my eyes just burning. I was like, what the fuck? Like, oh my God, that was like, it just was so orange and delicious. I couldn't believe it. I was totally blown away, and I was there with Bushy, older grower guy, and I was there with Gypsy Nirvana. And we were just doing the tour with Shanti Baba. That was in Bellinzona. Before he was arrested and imprisoned, unfortunately. He seemed to be one of those ones that took one of the bigger hits in Switzerland, as well as, what was his name? Bernard, the guy who had to go on the hunger strike. Remember him?
Yeah. What about Gypsy Nirvana?
Yeah, well, I can't find anything on Gypsy Nirvana lately.
What do you mean? He's still in custody. He's fighting extradition to America, and he's still being held in that country. I haven't read that they gave him bail. Have you, Aaron?
No.
He from what I heard, he went completely insane, and they're keeping him there because he's insane. You know, he basically, as soon as he found out they were going to extradite him or something,
to America.
He went like, yeah, he just.
Can I tell you the irony in all this? If you know what, he had probably, considering how the federal government. They I just don't even think he's going to get much. I mean, for importing seeds into America, I mean, I don't even think he's looking at much time. I mean, these people put more energy into resisting just saying fuck you and showing up in court with a smile on your face, going through it and getting out of it, than they'll actually would have put into it if they just stepped up.
It's not for just seeds.
Huh?
It's not for just seeds, bro.
But it's never just for just seeds. It's all for the same shit they charged Mark Emery, and Mark Emery got away with half a decade, 5 years. He got a 5-year sentence.
Not to be rude, did you ever see my indictment? It was long as my fucking like 80-something pages. I mean, they charged me for shit I didn't even do. But you know what? The point is that if you run away from shit, you make a mountain out of a molehill. And
well,
you know, I mean, Honestly, Aaron, my whole life I've known you's been post my prison experience. And I've known you for a minute. So, I mean, people that, like, go and run off to Holland and fucking hide in Europe, I just don't think it works out for them. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, trust me, I don't think I would run to Europe to go hide.
No. I wouldn't run anywhere.
I'd rather stay in the hills up here in Cali, bro, where there's better herb.
Right. And look at where they picked up. For people listening, Gypsy Nirvana was a seed seller that sold seeds to America, and a judge out of Maine, the state of Maine, issued a warrant for his arrest, and he was picked up internationally in some country that I probably can't even correctly pronounce the name of on an American warrant.
It's where he lived. He was in the Philippines.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he was at an airport going between countries, but okay.
Yeah, no, he's Manila, I believe, is where he is right now. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's in the Philippines. That's where he's lived. I still maintained. I stayed in touch with Gypsy. I've known Gypsy since like 1999, right when really the Bubbleman persona started. I met him online and was like, "Hey, you should come to BC," and he literally jumped on a plane and in like 30 hours was at my house on my couch. It was pretty trippy. So that's how I met Gypsy. I definitely don't like the idea of him sitting in a prison in the Philippines, and it's true. It's like if Mark Emery was put on a list by like whoever for like top 46 most wanted people in the world, the only one on that list that was in Canada, they got him for they nailed him with something like £1 million or more that they wrote on the indictment. Which, when he did the research, he realized that that's how he would fit into this kingpin law that they had down there, which actually was like the death penalty. You could get the death penalty if you were involved in... And so he even had that sitting on his shoulders, and still, I used to sit with him.
Mark said a lot of stuff that was annoying to me before he went. If you see me go, you'll never see me back alive. You know what? I've partied with him.
You know what? Listen, I'll give Mark this, though.
It's not a big deal.
Todd,
that's my message to everybody.
Listen, I know you've done your time, but you were not here at the time when the American DEA came in and took those 3 people. The intensity of having them come into our country and do that on a sovereign land, and then all of a sudden, as everything erupted and was released, and he could be facing 40 years, he could be serving life, and then people were like, well, actually, he could potentially get the death penalty. That was all playing with his head for sure, but never once did Mark say that he was going to run away. Never once.
No, he never did. No. And you know the thing is that, and I wrote him positive affirmations before when he was going through it, because honestly, I don't want to be crass or anything, but Tommy Chong even said it. Fucking prison was camp boredom, and people that would stand up for it and just be like, hey, fuck you, we would all kick down the system. I mean, if slavery was what was happening right now, would you stand up against people owning other people? Fuck yeah. And if it meant you had to go to court and say fuck you to the judge, we'd all be there, because that shit's whack. And really, that's what we're living through now, a modern form of flower slavery, where we all have to be quiet and get in line and be afraid, be very afraid. And I'm just saying, there isn't that much to be afraid of. You know what? Let them lock you up. I'll send you books. We'll get out and go have a smoke. Fuck them. I mean, because realistically, we're winning at the end of this conversation, and their stupid lockups are just that, stupid, boring lockups. So I hate to say don't be afraid so many times, but that's literally how I feel.
It's true. You know, it's
definitely...
Go ahead.
What they used to say in Amsterdam when you get, like, you get your thing raided. I heard this story from Adam from THC. Basically, he had gotten busted. He was in jail his first time, and yeah, they come, they release him, and he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, get some more lights, basically, and start back up. You know, it was a slap in the hand back in the day in Amsterdam, getting caught.
In the 90s, we joked that out here to grow was a place that just got raided because they never came back, not for quite a while.
Well, you know what? That's where the Dutch were not as cool as the Swiss, because I will never forget sitting at Chris Iverson's place up in Valhusen in the north of Switzerland and having him get this, like, I can't remember I'm pretty sure it was a phone call from his partner who had gotten a piece of paper from the Swiss police telling them that they were going to be coming to inspect the facility. Like, literally warning them that they were going... I wouldn't have believed it had I not literally been there and say, come on, that's not for real. And he was like, this is why I love Switzerland. He's like, this is why Switzerland is so great. The Swiss police are so damn, hey, listen, guys, we're going to be coming to check out the facility maybe sometime around noon, 1 o'clock tomorrow.
We're going to send you a letter. We're going to send you a letter a few days ahead of time, so you know. You know, and I think it's still the same way, to be honest, because, you know, Hans is in Switzerland.
Yeah.
And I think he's gotten letters before, you know, oh, yeah, we're going to come, you know, da, da, da. You know, he's like, oh, I got to clean my house, and, you know,
it's just such a better system, you know. It's just like, look, if we can't catch you, if we don't, you know, like, here's the letter. We're just coming by tomorrow.
You know, though, it's funny, though, because so many of us want to live in compliance. We're not trying to be outlaws or Scarface or any of it. And, you know, we just really want to, like, go like Aaron sitting here saying, I want to spend time with my kids. I want to be normal. I don't really want to be an outlaw. I mean, as long as I've known you, Mark, you're one of the squarest guys that has a great lifestyle, but you're so family-oriented. You know, it's when none of us are looking to be in blazing gunfights with, you know, it's stupid, and it's like I so wish that the industry could get rid of the bad baggage, if you will, and actually just be you know, no one's shooting each other up over, you know, Budweiser permits, you know, over here in America, and I wish that we would get to a place where that's all it was. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you know what? Before I forget, because I've tried to bring this up a few times, and because we're telling these old stories, and in particular, you know, you've got Aaron and Todd, Tony. I want to send my condolences to a good friend that passed away recently in Amsterdam, to him and his family. He was a founder, you know. He made a lot of things happen in Amsterdam. He brought a lot of key people to Amsterdam, and he helped a lot of people, including myself. He was extremely helpful, and a good, along with Skunkman Sam and myself and Rob Clark in the Legends of Hash dinners. And yeah, you know, shout out to Mike R. We'll miss the big man, you know. We will miss him. It's good that he's not in pain anymore, but I wanted to give him a shout out on Hash Church. He passed away about a week ago, and he'll be missed. He will.
And much love. Mike was always a real source of great information, and he was involved in hemp and stuff that people, I mean, will never really know. I mean, the International Hemp Association, he was very close with them, and they put out some of the best information on hemp paper, scientific journals through the 90s. All those journals are still online, too. And
yep.
Yeah, I hope he rests in peace forever. He was a really cool guy.
R.I.P. Have a little B.
You know, and that said, you know what? We all someday are going to pass away, and I think this is why we have to fight for our quality of life and being able to use a simple flower to make ourselves feel better. You know, be it our kids, our grandparents, you know, ourselves. I mean, we deserve the right to have a content, happy, healthy life while we're on the planet, and we should not subvert that to anybody and their stupid will over us, you know. So
someone's phone is blowing up. That's funny.
Jesus. Hey man, Justin was saying about some of the, you know, finding some ads on the honeybee, and I wonder what gas they were advertising, because it doesn't say what gas it was in the advertisement.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I am not.
Right. You would never use a closed loop with alcohol.
It's got to be whatever lighter fluid the camping stoves were using in that era. I mean, whatever's pretty raunchy.
It would be propane, but propane is often skunked.
Oh yeah, often, always. It's law.
Not often. No, I'm not. You can't say always, because people are making PHO here successfully, and it doesn't have much of a shelf life. But
I'm sure they clean it up real nice. I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
No, I bet you they clean it up and they purify it. Absolutely. I'm just saying that to move propane throughout cities, It has to get skunked. It's a law otherwise it's in a special truck that takes a special, you know, chemical. Only one highway it can go, not by schools and stuff. So absolutely, lab grade quality stuff will always exist, but there are laws that induce this mercaptine, this smell into the product of any odorless gas that's moved within cities. That's all I'm saying.
Okie doke. Well, I know that here we're seeing PHO.
Oh yeah, people. Hey man, I'm sure that even before, I'm sure people make that stuff with material that is not as clean as it should be.
Okay.
Well, you're asking about the honeybee extractor from the past. They used what they could get. Obviously, back then, there were no labs that you go, I need some lab grade PHO. It was get that shit from the camping stove and let's see if we can fill this fucker and go.
Dude, I don't know. Hold on, Horatio. Not to sound rude or anything, but there's been laboratories for a long time, and people weren't, you know, always backyard fucking cooks over here. The people that came up with extraction methods for coffee and stuff, you know, this is food grade extraction that is only being applied to cannabis. And when you're sitting here being like, oh, you're really discrediting the way we got to cannabinoid separations, because truth be told, we are adopting the technologies that are used to put food in your refrigerator every day to cannabis, and you know, TBHQ is sprayed as a fucking fat preservative on food all the time. It's almost on every single item in your freezer. I mean, so when we're talking about this, it's not all voodoo, man, and it's not camping stoves. It was actually people thinking about how can we extract the active ingredients of cannabis, and how can we mimic the ways we're doing it with other foods and perfumes, because that's what we're really doing. I'm just surprised that it was a full-page ad on the back page of what would have been like a 1984 or 85 growing magazine. I got a dozen of them in here, and I don't happen to have that particular ad, so I thought it was suspect, but I believe Jeff. And now I'm going to contact Tom Alexander, because it's interesting to me to think that there was...
Oh, froze up.
Well, what I was going to say to Todd is the problem is we're adopting technologies that didn't exactly make food that created the greatest health in society. So adopting those logics that, well, we copied people that are doing it for profit in another industry. You don't eat those things. You say fuck to those things, but then we copy them to make our medicine. That's the problem I have. It's not even that, yeah, the person who buys that thing out of the magazine will have to use what they can get, and maybe the inventors are way smarter, but everybody emulates and then drops down, so it's pretty much emulation that's the destroyer.
Well, let me add one thing before you get going, Todd. I would only add that those are foods that go into your stomach, and I'm pretty sure that your lungs and your stomach are different systems that process differently. So when one thing might be deemed somewhat safe to go into your stomach, it may or may not be to assume that it's just as safe to go into your lungs. That's all that I would add to that.
Okay, hold on. Now, I'm not, all right, two sides of this. One is, I was just trying to speculate on what type of gas they would use, because you would not use alcohol in a closed-loop system the way we have a butane closed-loop system. So when I saw this machine, it was just striking to me that, what the hell? A closed-loop system in mid-'80s? It struck me, because you and I know when we met in '95, no one was sitting there talking about closed-loop systems in Amsterdam. Honestly, no one was talking about that shit in 2012 in Amsterdam. So it's literally, it blew my mind to see it in 1980s in the back of Sensimilia Tips. And you know, Horatio, just FYI, I've been like a vegetarian, practical vegan since '94 when I first read The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and you know, but as much as I'm into organic, holistic medicines, I mean, you know, Western medicine saved my ass. I would be dead of cancer at age 2 if it wasn't for doctors intervening. And while chemotherapy and radiation was uncomfortable, I don't know if I would have lived through, you know, if I was born in 1870, I would have lived to 1872 like I lived through in 1972 without those medicines. So I don't run away from the science and the technology. I try to figure out how the good things are there and the bad things. Think of it like Jeet Kune Do. Take from it what you think is best, and leave aside what you think is not useful, and build your own style, truthfully. And with that said, I was just trying to find the origin of this because I do like BHO. I think that cannabinoids are fantastic, and now that we have vacuum ovens and we have people doing testing down to the slightest degree, we know what's left. There's nothing left, and yeah, at first people didn't have the ovens and they didn't know what they were doing and they didn't have residual testing, but now we're not there anymore. We are not in a horse and carriage. Now we're in across international ovens, and we know what's going on, and we know there's just cannabinoids in front of us. And now we're having a very unique conversation about what cannabinoids do all by themselves, because now there's no mystery what we're intaking. Now we know how much THCA or THC delta 9 or CBD is actually sitting in front of us when we do our dab, and that's actually helping us better understand how it affects our medical conditions.
Okay, here's a question, Todd. Here's a question. Because everything you say is true, and I totally hear that, because you're in a very unique position to access the best of the best of the best. Do you think that that's true for the 99% of people that are smoking these products, that they're getting the best of the best of the best?
Okay, so there's two sides of that, because, look, in places like Colorado where top shelf extracts exist, and my friend Dan that started the Secret Cup for say, he started it in an illegal situation where he is completely regulated by the state of Colorado, and he takes product from growers and then turns that into a clean oil that is sold as medicine in the clubs. It is all regulated, and he has meticulous oversight in what he does. In over 5 years of operations, they have had 0 on-site problems. There's never been an issue. It is totally a safe working condition, and he makes a great product, and that's why he reached out and he ended up putting together the first event, because he really wanted to see what other people were doing. And through that organization, they then started doing residual testing, and he pioneered the extractors suddenly looking 5-dimensionally into their shatter and seeing exactly what was left. And I thought it was going to shut down his event, because High Time sure to fuck never looked for pesticides or growth hormones in the pot that they're selling, they're smoking. And believe it, people, both of those are there. And and the reality is when you do extractions, be it with water, be it with propane, be it with butane, you are sucking off those same poisons and growth hormones, and you're not even knowing it. And if we started doing residual testing for mold, for pesticides, and for growth hormones into water hash, the way we look into BHO and butter and wax for residuals, pesticides, and mold doesn't exist in that type of an extraction, but we would see a lot. We would look at water hash a lot differently, and I wish people would, because I think that anything bad is bad. If there's mold in your hash, it's just as bad as hydrocarbons. So there should be a real effort to get clean medicine to people, and there's not been an area that I've seen in the cannabis industry, other than the shatter, wax, butter, BHO industry, that has strived to make a cleaner product, because the water hash people, they've never cleaned up their act. They've never stopped to try to get mold the fuck out of their product. And the pot people, now we jokingly call pot that come back tested with pesticides and growth hormones as export quality, because the pot clubs like Berkeley Patients Group will not fucking sell that shit. It's garbage, and now we can tell. But we haven't been able to tell for a long time. So that said, now I'm looking at shatter for just what it is. I get a test back from a laboratory, and there's no residuals of hydrocarbons, and they could tell me what terpenes and cannabinoids are present. I think that's pretty magical, man. I don't see why that's a bad thing in the least. In fact, I think it's the best medicine we've seen come out of cannabis in the 20-plus years I've been an advocate.
Awesome. Well, that was all very interesting and passionate. It did not answer my question. My question was very simple. It was, do you think that the majority of people that are accessing butane oil have access to a good product like what you're talking about? That was my question.
You know, now I would have to say yeah, because I think more and more people have access to the ovens. Across International is selling over $1 million a month in ovens. They've got to be going somewhere. The Secret Cup has been doing 5 contests a year for the last 3 years that are regional events that happen all over this country. From Maine, they're doing it this week in Maine, all the way to LA, up in Seattle. There is such a big culture for this that, yes, I think there's a huge amount of consciousness that's changed. And you go back 3 or 4 years, and I would say that no, my answer would be different. But now, very different.
Are they testing at the secret sesh, at the Secret Cups? They're not testing anything.
At the Secret Cups, yes. The Secret Sesh has no affiliation with the Secret Cup. The Secret Sesh is just like a pop-up hash bazaar happening in California and LA and Northern California. It's cool as shit. But in all honesty, you're always in a buyer beware situation, and I mean that down to your grass, because unless your pot club is testing for pesticides and growth hormones and looking for mold, you don't know if it's there, because unless you have the ability to test that pot that you bought from your friend, you are just as susceptible to problematic situations as anyone else.
Right. So that's I mean, we're all at risk because most of the time, let's just say we smoke flowers. The chances of one of those things being there are very high. Very high. Okay? And that's why you have companies like Verzura in Europe, who's European medical marijuana, who irradiate their cannabis to get rid of a lot of these things. And they grow it to a certain level. Does it mean it's good flowers? No. But are they safe flowers? Yes. You know, because there's a standard procedure and a way to do it.
So can I ask a question? What do you know, because gamma irradiation is actually done to a lot of our food stuff, if we know it or not. And, you know, it's something that's not done in the cannabis industry at this time, except with Bedrocan. And you bring up something that's pretty deep, because of all people, it was Sir David Watson that said to me, a problem you'll have with importing your medical cannabis from Holland into America is the fact that it's not gamma irradiated and it has living organisms on it, and they won't let it in. They'd quarantine it before they let you have, you know, pot from here. And I thought, holy shit, and that's now Bedrocan's thing, and they do gamma irradiate it. And Horatio or someone else, because I really don't know what happens when you do that to your food or, in this situation, to your bud. But it does kill pathogens, correct? It gets rid of mold, and what else?
You get an extra row of teeth, and then you sometimes could grow a third arm. I've seen 6 fingers, things like this. But for sure, there's no pathogens.
Hey Tony, what types of food get gamma irradiated then? Obviously, food that's shipped over state line or from other countries. When our
everything that goes in and out of a country does, every single thing.
So we shouldn't be that afraid of it. Does organic fruit get gamma irradiated?
Yeah. So you can't, if you ship it between countries, you got to think about what happens and bugs and diseases and stuff. And there's I'd say 7 out of 10 of the companies in Canada use gamma, because if they don't, then they're going to be subject to the test in 2 years. They have to test their product in 2 years. So if they have any kind of E. coli or anything in that, they're out of business. So most people are using UV or gamma ray. But I think what's really important, what Aaron's saying, is that, you know, it's all out there. There's super amount of risk. So what's happening is quality in, quality out. And if you don't have a regulatory system or some kind of checks and balances with testing pesticides, molds, and things like that, as well as certifications on the growers, certification systems on the extractors, then whether you're doing a flower rosin or you're doing a hydrocarbon, whatever the hell's in that plant's going to be in your lungs. And
Guys,
so,
it's David. Can I just say something? We've got an interesting mix up here in Canada, because we've got as you know, we've got a federal program that's run by our FDA equivalent, Health Canada. We've got around 20 licensed producers that are producing product, and they have very tight QA standards placed on them. Most, but not all, irradiate, and one of the companies we have here is Bedrocan Canada, so they absolutely do irradiate, but not all the LPs do. One of them I know specifically doesn't. They're very proud of the fact that they're organic and they do not irradiate. So we've got an interesting mix here, but I can see the arguments on both sides because I want it to be clean and healthy, particularly for patients with compromised immune disorders. But then also, if we're losing anything in it, and it was actually Ethan Russo said it does change the biochemistry somewhat by irradiating it, and I can see the concern. So I don't know enough about the science of it, but it's an interesting combination of systems we've got here.
Well, it absolutely alters terpenes, and I mean that's one of the main medical components that you grew the plant for. I've unfortunately, I know people who've worked in the irradiation industry in Canada, and it's one of the things they try to solve when they're creating their profile for the cannabis is how much can we kill and standardize without losing the terpenes that they grew the weed for. So unfortunately, it creates, almost not the plant, and that's kind of why the race for growing the perfect plant, because it's most likely to be the most effective medicine, is so important.
It's interesting because I feel that people here in California, and this is going to go kind of even crazier for you guys that think BHO is bad, I think they over-vac the shatter, because I think that no one has done any quantification testing to say that, okay, out of a closed loop, you put it in the oven, after 1 hour there's this much hydrocarbons, after 2 hours there's this much, 3 hours is this much, 18 hours there's 0. Because I think that what people advertise, it's on the vac for 100 hours, and I think, God, you just sucked all the life out of it. All the terpenes are gone by that point. And I was asking Kenny this, how long does it have to be on a vac for to get all the hydrocarbons out? And the answer was honest. He said, we don't know. No one sat there and done that test after test after test, hour after hour after hour. But it would be an interesting conversation because it's completely, that's really it. How do you just make a completely clean medicine and preserve as many of the terpenes as possible?
Here, I'll show you right now. It's
Need
called
a more higher terpene profile variety.
I'll show you right now, Todd. It's right there. That's how you do it. You actually don't have to vac it at all. This is one of the newer products that we're working with. This is a farmer that's clean green certified in California. Goes through different certification processes, and you can smell the difference and see the difference in this oil. Flower rosin, man, no chemicals. You know that. That's what I see happening a little bit. If you don't mind me adding this, is that if you ever go into the woods and it's real silent, and you take out your rifle and you shoot it into the sky, and you watch all the birds and all the animals run, and they scatter because they're scared. It sounds like a little bit like the BHO community is getting scared because you're running around trying to vac and purge and do all kinds of stuff, and you're trying to avoid the chemicals and stuff. But really, what it comes down to is be a better grower. That quality in.
I don't see, look, I don't see a community having a consciousness, and being, quote, scared, Tony, but I think that, a lot of people are doing a lot of things differently, and, I kind of hate seeing people put misinformation out there. I always laugh at people that, use veganics and went and ate McDonald's, because it's like you feed your plant better than you feed yourself, and you're going to talk shit to me, but it's cool, go organics, but I think there's a balance to this, and I think what we're all trying to understand is cannabinoids and the quantifications of them. I sat last night, I had the great pleasure of having Mel Frank sleep over and hang out and go to dinner, and we sat and watched The Scientist about McCollum, and it's so beautiful to think about how they isolated the different cannabinoids, and he talks about how they had cake with his wife, and they gave everybody there 10 milligrams of THC on their cake, and they documented their effects, and it's fascinating. And he goes on further and says how he isolated cannabidiol 37 years ago and did the only human epilepsy tests where they gave only CBD to people that had epilepsy, and how it cured it. And this type of thing is fantastic, but it's with this cannabinoid isolations, and it's being able to understand what cannabinoid you're playing with, and that's fascinating, and I don't think people are going to want to stop doing that. Rosin's great, I love it, I'll press it, I'll smoke it, and it's fantastic, but there are still people in legal states that are doing legal extractions and making great advancements with, you know, with pure cannabinoids, plain and simple.
Yeah, well,
Why discredit the work of the people in Oregon or Washington or places like Colorado that have been going for years with safety and effectivity and helping, you know, thousands of people with quality cannabis oil?
yeah, I was more saying the fear induced from not knowing. So if you're chasing like parts per million is what I'm talking about. So now that you're getting more conscious and you're getting more healthy, that's what I was talking about, like the gunshot, where it's like, oh shit, what can we do to make it as clean as possible? And
Well,
that's
technically, you know what, that conversation happened over 2 years ago when they first did residual testing, and that's one of the reasons I became friends with them, is because I was just watching as a Facebook geek, watching them post stuff, and when they started posting residual testing, I thought, man, this is the end of their industry. And instead, what it was all they did is they went back to chemistry class, figured it out, came back and realized how to get a neopentane, which was the lingering hydrocarbon, because it doesn't have a natural boil off till 93, 94 degrees, and they got rid of that.
well, yeah, I mean, that's why
it's in a different world.
Well, and that's what I was saying. I think what I was talking about was more the fear when the community saw that, and then it inspired others to go for 0 parts per million, you know, and getting to like the cleanest possible. So I've seen, like, we're in the lab, and I've seen what Chris does with the clear, and you know, he's getting things down to 0. So it's definitely 100% possible, and everything has its place. So that's what I didn't mean, like people are running and scared away. I was talking about more of the fear of the solvent that's in there, and you're constantly trying to back it out and do different things.
But you know what? We should be just as afraid what's in our rosin, man, because unless that bud's tested, we don't know if you just squished out a bunch of pesticides that you're handing me in that fragrant little goop on that parchment paper. So we got to know the origin of where we're coming from.
Absolutely. I don't think we're saying it is about like BHO or PHO or any solvent extract. It's about everything. We've talked about this. Any footprint. If you leave a footprint behind, you should understand what that footprint is that you left. And yes, it could be water, it could be a solvent, it could be a heavy metal that's contaminating a solvent that's oil soluble. It could be the chemicals that were grown in the plant and never flushed out and pressed into rosin. Of course, it can be present in all of these things. And it's just important that we, and I want to sort of reiterate that we are not attacking one another right now. We're just having good dialogue and disagreement, which is fine. Some of the people in chat were getting a little sensitive, thinking that we were attacking each other. We're not attacking each other. We're absolutely having a dialogue. Nobody's mad at each other. This is all love, and it's good for us to disagree sometimes. It's okay.
This. First of all, we're like brothers. There's no way that any of us are actually mad at each other.
I know.
Second of all, we're just trying to stress the point that grow the best resin, the cleanest resin, the best plants you could possibly grow, and you'll get the best return and value in your medicine. And whether it's hydrocarbon or flower rosin or whatever it is, you've got to, that's where it starts. Now, if you're going to do anything with solvents, try to at least apply some chemistry and some real science to it, because I think just blowing it and throwing it in a vac oven is not the end result for the cleanest product. Everything I've seen that Chris does on his end is honestly above my rate. You know, it's real science, and real science doesn't lie. And I think the last 5 years has been great, and everybody's evolved. And I remember 4 years ago when we used to call the powder, the THCA powder, vac purge concentrate, and everyone laughed at us. They're like, vac purge? What the hell is that? VPC glass is what we called it. Vac purge concentrate. It's like 4 years ago in Denver. And that whole evolution started, and I think it's great with the closed loop systems and stuff. But, you know, we're talking about Kenny, and if you hang out with him for 45 seconds, he's going to whip out his phone and show you the newest, latest, greatest machine that he's working on. And every time you see it, it goes from, you know, 500,000 to 1 million to 2 million. I mean, like, there's machines on this planet that for sure use science and get everything out of the everything out of the plant that you'd want and get it to what we would consider a pharmaceutical grade level that's not harming us. You know, and I think that's the message that should be conveyed. It's not us fighting.
We said
Right, thanks very much.
I love you, Todd.
Nice to meet you.
I love you too, Don. You sleep over anytime, man. Next time you're in town, you visit again.
You still had one of the highest.
All night long.
Yeah, your flower flowers actually produce some of the still some of the highest rates in the upper 20 percentile on yields, and that wasn't even with the real press. That was just like a little hand grip.
So Horatio, you must have lots of stuff to say about this. You have opinion.
Yeah, let's go, Todd. All right, so let's go back to the fact, I'm sorry, buddy, you live in a very elite bubble. A very elite bubble. And I don't mean that like, oh, yeah, it's because you have the best. I committed a federal crime for how seriously I took Daniel's Cup. It was the only cup that mattered to me. It was the only cup that I respected. It was the only cup that I would allow to knock me back if I was to be knocked back. And I went to that cup with everybody I grew up looking up to and all of that. And I watched them all shit their pants because the pentane test came out. And everybody who was higher than now and was 100, I had 100 ppm, they all voted for a third place winning entry with 9,000 parts ppm. So they don't know shit and they're not sensitive to shit. And coast to coast, the test is not the same, the labs are not the same, the results are not the same. So even just looking at the best and most ethical cup I can think of, and the trouble they have producing any ppm results in Spain, the industry is completely widespread. You're not even talking about all the people who will not pay for a brand name product, who will only get the hookup or the plug. It is only the worst of the worst, and now you see the rise of distillates, and everyone's now looking to be the new science bitch, and they make the clear. And there's a new epidemic that basically people are burning up all kinds of compounds and all the terps, and it's redistilling over into a nasty reclaimed soup, but because they can post some glass gear to Instagram, they're the new purveyors of the medical forefront. So our industry's covered in shit and hypocrisy, so to basically be given the best of the best and say that, you know, we're pushing and we're leading, it's far from the truth. An across international oven is not something any scientific lab would buy. It's refurbished gear to meet the non-scientific needs of our industry. My oven costs 3 times as much and is just basic lab gear. So we're at an infancy that is very playing with fucking people's bodies. We just talked all about how pharmaceuticals are fucking people up. Well, guess what? Somebody sold some shit with some captains yesterday, and they sold it by the ton, way more than the stuff we track. And that got taken into some patient who's on a disability who has a compromised immune system. So it's much more serious when we're talking medicine. It's less serious when we're talking recreation, because everyone can do and damage their body any way they please. But when it's medicine, it's the last fucking hope people have. And there's no room for everyone to just jump in the game. There should be less people with some form of real training.
There you go. There's the other side of it. There's and you know what? It's not like really either of them are wrong, and it's true. Like Todd does get access to he truly lives in an amazing bubble.
Can I pause you guys for a minute? I don't live in a bubble. If you go to this thing called Weed Maps, you'll see there's pot clubs up and down the state. And technically, PPT existed for 15 years, guys. I've only lived in the Bay for 5 years, and I don't have anything to do with it, technically speaking. You know, the reality is that those clubs have established, you know, Steep Hill Labs was set up by Harborside to test pot, not hash, for pesticides and for things that Stevie D didn't want to see sold to patients as a medicine. Truth be told, that's what that was really all about. The testing industry then kind of started moving into cannabinoid amounts, and then as hash progressed and this whole solvent thing hit the scene, that started getting tested as well. It was an evolutionary process that I wasn't even really in the room for, to be quite honest, never mind in an elite bubble of. It's happening all over this country, and the fact that the Secret Cup has been able to put on 5 events a year literally all over the country. I have nothing to do with that, guys. And the fact that 30 or 40 hash makers are showing out to compete and to interact with each other like we used to do in Amsterdam 20 years ago shows me that there's a culture emerging, because we in Amsterdam, the 2,000 of us that went for the Cannabis Cup, were only the frosting on the iceberg, so to speak. There was a mountain of people behind us that wanted the information and that had similar views, but they couldn't afford to go to Amsterdam, or they didn't have the courage to go stick their face out in public like we did, and they never became friends and met each other like Mark and I did. And I think that this is huge right now, and realistically, the cleanliness that people are striving after isn't just me living in an elitist bubble. That's so rude. You live in a very small bubble up in Canada, eh? And you should come down here and see what we're doing, because truth be told, Horatio, you'd be proud of the way people are striving to make good, clean medicine available to people who sincerely need it. Not just people who want to get high, and I think they're cool too. You know, people have rights to have a good quality life and not smoke or drink whiskey or do whatever they want. They should have a right to pot too. You shouldn't have to be fucking dying to get access to good quality cannabis. In fact, I really wished in my heart there was 1,000 cannabis dispensaries like there is 1,000 liquor licenses in Oakland, because I think Oakland would be a lot calmer of a place if there was that many points of access for cannabis, to be really blunt in this conversation.
And that's what we're talking about, the access to cannabis, because the bubble of California is not the same as that of the rest of the states. There are 300 million people in your country alone, dude, and I'm telling you, most of them do not have access. Even though you may be able to drive around California and go to all these dispensaries, all we're saying is that it's not enough. That we're
I don't think you meant you per se.
And the point is, that's why I'm on Hash Church, Mark, because I know me and you came from a place where there was a lack of information, there was a vacuum of information, and this is why we've been putting this information out there. And you know, my attitude is that people won't know until they hear it. If they overhear it in a Positronics cantina, or if they hear it on Hash Church, when they hear it, they're going to start going, Jesus, they're talking about residuals, they're talking about these things, they're talking about what's really going on, and not having our own little views of, you know, I get everybody's coming at a different angle, but the angle should be honesty. You know, and I'm open-minded to all forms of cannabis, and I've always been an organic, vegetarian, fucking food, fucking wacko to my friends, and I've been that way with my pot for a long time too. And but I can understand what's happening around me, and that's what I advocate. Because when I see people using, you know, BHO specifically in known quantities, I see really dramatic effects to their medical condition in a positive way, and that is that lightens my heart, so to speak, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Well, I give it up to cannabinoids. I often say that cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids, cannabis is such a powerful medicine that it can heal us even in the most diluted way, even with chemicals still in the plant. I mean, let's go back many, many years when people didn't know a lot of what was going on. The medicine is so extremely powerful. It can even help you when it's not grown the best, when it still has chemicals left in it, when someone processed it terribly with the wrong thing, and it can still offer help. And that, to me, is amazing to the power of phytocannabinoids. But at the same time, I stand behind Horatio's perspective in that lust for getting the most unadulterated cannabinoid high and never really accepting that you're there, always contemplating and questioning everything, all variables, and that's all I'm about. I just love that idea.
That's a funny little thing that Steve Hager told me about the 1990s, the early cannabis cups that were not open to the public. He said that Sam the Skunkman and had Skunk One and Neville had Haze, and they were competing, and the snub at the time was they wouldn't smoke Neville's weed because they said he used systemic pesticides. So you know, it's funny that now our conversation's different, but even back then, there were people saying your pot is not on par with my pot because of the way your pot is procured.
Well, dude, those guys are like the grandfathers of the vibe. They're the most OCD, like extreme. Like, absolutely, like, and I love the vibe of, like, we deserve nothing less than the best in any aspect, whether you're doing a hydrocarbon or a wet wash or a dry sift or a hot press, whatever it is, you need to be growing the most highest quality you know, well procured genetics, grown with proper, you know, and these are topics we really should start covering on Hash Church.
Dude, and even the snobbiest of snobby friends of mine, he actually enjoys BHO quite a bit. He does. You know who I mean, too.
Todd, it's not like I don't go to the cups. My issue comes when we're watching it. You could say Justin has good luck and a lot of access when it comes to being a parent. He's on Hash Church and he's in a region that's doing wonderfully. I had to watch a video in which I watched black oil that I know the process that it's made. I know the limitations of what decontaminations are possible. Go into his child's mouth. And his child is in a state where she has so many sub-disorders that are not even on the menu to go off that it makes me sick when I go, it is a small bubble when currently I control the main proportion of clean distillate that any Canadian can have. So you can say I'm in a small bubble A, but I learn all my information by nothing but High Times judges and everyone who works at a lab behind the scenes who can't speak for what they see that they test and they test to earn a living, but when it comes to medicine, they know what is not up to grade, but they're not interested in destroying their business. So the underside of our industry is something that doesn't get talked about because there's money involved. So I have a big issue with the fact that most dispensaries, most parents that get inspired by Justin's story will only be able to also offer their child isopropanol extracted hemp. And luckily he's in a position now where one child gets help and is in a situation where the administration of cannabis doesn't make other situations worse, because I've seen how fragile that child is. Maybe she can't tolerate a little bit of isopropyl, a little bit of mercaptines that are not being tested for. They don't really test for most of the things that can go wrong because we don't know them. So it gets sensitive when you start looking at a little fragile piece of life that needs cannabis way fucking more than we all do.
It's kind of why I don't
way
have
more than we all do.
oil, because Rick Simpson oil is really an alcohol extraction that I don't think is ever, you know, that thing's pulling a lot of stuff. If you don't know what that pod is going in, dude, I hate it. I had a guy who listens to us. His dad got cancer, and he contacted me on Facebook saying, "Can you recommend me, to Rick Simpson oil?" And I was like, "Please just Skype me," because I couldn't type that. Listen, man, I believe in cannabis. I just don't believe in Rick Simpson oil. I think that it's horse shit, and I think that he's been mixing up what hemp seed oil is, which is super beneficial, and you should get your dad on. And then on top of it, you should find them cannabinoid-based oils that are clean. Be it CO2, be it butane, be it whatever. It just makes sure that it's what it is you're getting your hands on. And I say this over and over again. It's buyer beware over and over and over again to people. And, hopefully through our conversations, people that are listening to this become better informed and start looking things up and start getting answers for themselves the way all of us had to, which was through experience. We all kind of had to learn by failing and trying again and trying again. And that's what the cannabis industry got to, because for a long time we couldn't even communicate about our advances as openly as we do now. I mean, honestly, 20 years ago felt like the dawning of a new age, because I came out of my closet and into a community that I couldn't believe existed, and that's kind of what I feel like still happening now, and people need more access.
Todd, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago when we were in Amsterdam, people from America would come out to Amsterdam so they can finally exhale and talk about cannabis, because they can't talk about it anywhere else. And I think, that was a very good release. Now cannabis has become more open here in the United States, and people are talking about it. You see it, if your parents are alive, they're starting to understand it from their brainwash days that cannabis was bad. But I kind of took offense to the whole bubble thing too. As far as being in a bubble, I think Todd just has an extremely high quality of taste.
Yes. I'm not saying it as a negative. We all live in a bubble, Aaron. There's no doubt. We live in a cannabis bubble.
If I go to Canada, I know if I'm going to smoke something, I know it's going to be like championship quality, because I'm hanging out with my homies, that have good taste just like me. I'm going to be hanging out with you, Mark. I'll be hanging out with Matt, the great gardener, who, you know how I was on the table. We had the hash on the table. I gravitated to one thing, you know, because that was my favorite at the table. And like, we have anywhere in the world you go, you're going to find the best of the best, so that your bubble is your taste. And for Todd and I, and now Tony, who happens to work at Harborside, and who gets to see all the different varieties that come in through Steve D'Angelo's door, you get to see, like, yeah, that maybe we're not in a bubble. Maybe we just get great. California is just a great place to have herb, but I think anywhere in the world, anywhere I've been in the world now, I've gotten quality. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there might be some places where you might end up, like Don is in Ecuador, you know, and it's chola weed, and it's like just seedy, anything, but then it's like acts like a little placebo. It's better than nothing.
We can sort him out, dude. Where in Ecuador is he?
Oh, he's not in Ecuador anymore, but I'm just saying he was, you know. But it's like you just gotta know. You just gotta know who to
You
find.
gotta be able to tap into the bubble wherever it is on the earth.
Bubble or head or that guy, you know. Just got to know people.
You know, and not to sound like a weirdo, but, you know, a lot of what we're talking about, I hope, is honestly echoing into the ears of people and causing them to emulate and do it their own way. And because, you know, I learned from the inspiration of others. I mean, I last night was host to Mel Frank. I traded a $20 bag of weed for that guy's book when I was 13, and it changed my life. And the fact that now he's my friend, and we go to dinner together, and we watch movies together, and he's 71 years old, people. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is like I'm living in a daydream. But the truth is that this daydream is becoming reality for more and more and more places. More and more places are now testing. More places are looking into testing. You know, this energy or attitude of wellness that Steve D'Angelo's trying to put out, and, you know, the whole know your medicine attitude that, you know, a lot of the bigger clubs like BPG, Harborside, and the whole industry has been pushing for, is really the vibe that we're trying to get out to everybody. Because as this takes root in other states, and I do find it ironic that states that are more conservative are looking for CBD oils when they're still trying to lock up people who are making cannabinoid oils for their own medical benefit, because they got to realize where the stuff comes from, and they have to allow, like Colorado does, a regulated industry so it can have a safe place where you don't have to worry about your neighbor's kid playing with cans of butane in the bathroom and being an idiot, where there's a safe place up the street that handles that kind of thing. Because I can tell everybody that we have food processing going on everywhere all over the world safely. It's because it's regulated. And we need that regulation in cannabis so that we are getting a quality product, and it doesn't take people like BPG or Harborside taking the initiative to make sure that the stuff they sell is clean. That stuff shows up clean before it's offered to them. And right now there is no union body that makes sure that the toys they're delivering Toys R Us are safe for our kids in the way of weed. So it's up to the Toys R Us to test the toy and find out if the toy is safe for the kids that they're going to sell to. That's literally the state of the cannabis industry right now as a metaphor for Toys R Us. But it kind of sucks. And we're not going to get that safety on the other side, which is production, until we have regulation and those people are not criminals. I mean, that's when we're really going to see advancements in everything we love. Rosin, water hash, everything.
As long as the regulations come in proper, you know. I was so proud of Canada for having a federal system, for allowing people licensing, and then all of a sudden they tried to start a backpedal, and the situation that they have everyone in now just seems to leave a bad taste. I mean, all I know is there's not an abundancy of clean, standardized extract available for people like Justin and Michelle, for people like all the different patients. There are sure 100 different dispensaries in Vancouver, but, you know, none of them are forced to have any standards. And I find standards work the best when they're enforced, when they have to be, when you're like, listen, if you don't do this, you're out. That's what people don't understand while they're bad-mouthing the LPs for charging $10 and $12 a gram. They're like, they don't realize, well, yeah, but they've been in the regulations that have been imposed upon them are so great that it's unbelievable, dude. It's like unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they even want to invest that money to make cannabis available, because the investment is so big and they're going to have to wait so long before they're able to make profit. All the added value that they would be able to make profit from, they're basically not allowed to do. And even with the Supreme Court ruling saying now Canadians are allowed all forms of derivatives and extracts, somehow Health Canada changed it and told, you know, Canadian LPs that they could do a specific thing for extracts, but it had to be within this parameter. And that's really not what the Supreme Court judges said. So we have this, you know, I think standards are very important, and I also am like a big proponent of them, but they have to be the right standards, and that is who comes up with what the standards are, who decides.
You know, Mark, you know, I think the standards of the licensed producers of Canada, they are put through some of the craziest shit. I've never been to a grow that I've had to basically change the suit, put on a new hairnet, you know, dip my shoes in bleach, wear overalls, you know, in every single room you go into. I mean, and you're not allowed to go into a room alone. You work under supervision in these grow rooms. You know, I want to say Canada is almost where it's at, bro. You know, in far of medical producing licensed cannabis. You know, licensed producing.
I have a dumb question. Do you think, Darrin, that it's going to go like from uber control to no control? Because if it goes to legalization and we can put bushes next to our roses, or alternatively plant cannabis down our pathway, as did George Washington, so that when it blooms in a full moon it sparkles, you know, won't that kill the value of it, and won't that kill the necessary precautions that take, you know, for security? Because if the shit's growing around the perimeter of your greenhouse as a pretty addition to what is seriously growing inside, suddenly what's seriously growing inside might not. Right, and don't you think that's where we're gonna go, though?
That's why people are getting busted in Santa Cruz, besides the ordinance laws, is because they got their greenhouses, bro, that are right there. They can put their 900 plants in, but they have to take their, you know, they can't. Okay. You can't just put some plants out. You can't don't put the plants outside. So when the helicopter flies, when I fly over in the DNA helicopter, I see your shit, and I'm like, dude, don't you have it good already, brother? You know, we know we were growing in your greenhouse, but like, can't you just like keep your plants in the greenhouse instead of bring these outside because you don't have enough room? I mean, that's just stupid, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, play it smart. If you're gonna play the game, play it smart, bro.
Not what I meant, but yeah, I meant that.
Todd, you should know. Out of all people, bro.
I mean,
you know, if you're banging it indoors, bro, don't bring it outdoors.
All right, and I completely concur with that completely, but that was not what I meant. I meant like once we legalize weed and Grandma can grow it outside by the front porch, like for just 'cause it's pretty. You know, not right now, where obviously it's still valuable, and you're prone to getting ripped off. And I agree with you 1,000%. I completely concur with everything you just said. But I meant it like, you know, post 16 or post 18 when it's legal in the state, like it is. You know, isn't this going to kill the price? I mean,
if you could grow your own medicine, then you shouldn't have to worry about it. Then, you know, price is price. I mean, you know what? Either you're gonna As a businessman, if I'm running around selling packs and that's what I do, then yeah, obviously I'm going to worry about price. If I'm a farmer growing weed up in the hills of Humboldt, and that's what I've done for the past 20 years, selling it in these summer times for $2,000 a pound, yeah, I might be worried about it. But you know what? At the end of the day, everybody's going to be allowed to grow their own plants. They're legally allowed to be able to grow their own plants. They're legally allowed to be able to grow their own medicine, you know? And then they can control the cleanliness of their own situation. Then they don't have to count on some unknown factor, you know, and some test from some from some medical facility or given for some testing facility that is inaccurate because every other test that you're getting from every other facility is different. So I would say, yeah, I would love it. I would love it. I would love to line my whole driveway a half a mile up my road with, 10-foot plants, grown in 400-gallon smart pots. I would love it. You know what I'm saying? But
I can't wait to visit you because you know what? I feel like what you just said sounds so ridiculous at the moment, but 5 years from now, we might be having dinner up there, and you'd be like, remember how ridiculous that was? Well, now look.
And then but 5 years from now, I'm going to be saying, you know what? That legalization of cannabis was a great thing. Now I can send my cannabis seeds all over the fucking world. And now everybody can get seeds legally from my company, hopefully. And as a businessman, it's a great thing because people are going to need great seeds to grow on these giant farms of cannabis that they're going. They need 1 ton of cannabis to make 1 liter of essential oil. And sure enough, you're going to have these companies come out and be like, yeah, I'm essential oil now, and I'm growing 1 ton of Tangy because I want that 1 liter of, essential oil. So, I mean, yeah, it's great. I mean, maybe that'll be my company. Shit, strawberry, bananas, tangies, lemons. I'll bring out peaches, all the fruits of cannabis.
I was just going to point out that it was 5 years ago or more that the Canadian Trailer Park Boys paved their driveway in hash. As you were talking about the driveway with plants down it, it reminded me of the Trailer Park Boys. Maybe we'll all have hash driveways one day. Who's to say?
I mean, wouldn't it be nice just to grow your own plants legally and be able to extract all the hash you need for the year?
I do.
Can I just tell you something? I never caught that episode, and I really didn't know that was an option until right now, so now I'm like, whole new set of plans for a press.
I know one dude, okay, I don't know one guy, but I know one guy who would basically grow a crop once a year, 1 summer a year, in a greenhouse, and then dry it and extract it just for dry sift. Okay? And his dry sift would last for years. But he would share it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he was he was the man, and he's still the man if he just grew some more plants right now and get them back into the greenhouse. But one guy, dude. But now, this day and age, you got guys who are growing solely just for concentrates. I got a friend named Willie who lives up in the hills, and this guy's got rows of trees, rows and rows. I mean, of beautiful, beautiful plants. You know what I'm saying? It's all for concentrates.
Well, how could it not be all for concentrate? I think even when we grow for flowers, we're still growing for the resin on the flower. It's always been about the flower, so it's that flower resin, I should say, that glandular trichome head that is, without that, it's certainly not as tasty. The euphoric feelings aren't there, and it's not really talked about that much. I think the whole reason that you see people with pot tattoo leaves and different, all the magazines that exist and the glass and this whole culture that has erupted out of it, I think it would be hard to deny that the leading force behind that are phytocannabinoids, found inside the trichome head, and so yeah, got to give it up to the trichome.
Let's grow some trichomes at Tweed.
Do you still smoke grass, Mark?
Well, I only vaporize grass.
Okay, I was wondering.
He secondhand smokes joints though, if they're around.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do secondhand smoke joints if they're around. That's very true. And in Jamaica, there's a lot of secondhand joint smoke.
The joint just passes you by, but you're still hitting it.
I don't know if you saw on the news today, but at the Rogers Tennis Cup, Djokovic complained to the umpire that he could smell cannabis being smoked and it was making him feel lightheaded.
Wow, he sounds like Buddy from The Who.
Yeah, he does.
Was it Roger Daltrey that was complaining about people smoking cannabis?
Yeah, it was.
Well, I can definitely attest that it is a strong smell, but, I try not to offend people with the smell sometimes. I love the smell when I'm out on Whistler Mountain and I smell it outside as opposed to the sick feeling I get in my stomach when I smell radioactive tobacco. I feel quite nice when I smell cannabis in the air, but I do understand for my family's sake, my wife and my children who don't smoke cannabis or really want to be around cannabis. When they smell it, they're kind of like, oh, it's, you know, it's not like they hate it, but it's definitely like something that's burning that's under their nose suddenly. It's definitely I would prefer not to affect people. If they don't want to smell what I'm inhaling, I certainly don't want to be one of those people that are going to blow it in their face. That's for sure.
I just picture us sitting on top of the Olympic rings, smoking bowls at the bobsledding thing now, as all those people inside were watching us. You know? Like,
they were protected.
Smoking grass.
They were protected. Oh, I'm freezing up.
Wow. I can't wait to share this one with you, Mark.
Which one?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, I'm going to have to do it after the show.
Why? Oh, okay. No problem.
We'll talk about it next week for sure, but I want more information on it right now. Kenny just sent me something. I'm just sitting there tripping on.
Always good stuff from Kay. Shout out to Kay from Trichome Technologies. He's never far. Got his shit right on the back of my wall here. Boom, bah. There's a post you don't see every day right there.
No, you don't. I wish I had one of those, honestly.
I have some other ones, but I don't know.
Bro. What? What's up?
What's up?
Hold out and announce that shit publicly.
What?
You can't just announce, oh, I'm going to share something and publicly and after the show, you know, like, oh yeah, and then we'll discuss the next week. I'm like, no, that shit ain't cool, bro. That ain't so cool, bro. That's like.
I'm sorry. I just don't want to have a half-wit conversation about something that I'm just trying to absorb at this moment.
Post a
conversation. Let me tell you, holy shit.
Ken's always got great conversations.
Methods and let me just say methods and apparatus for extracting plant resins will be the topic, I think, next week. Yeah. Wow, that's trippy. That is very trippy.
Tell Kay I say what's up when you see him.
I will actually call him next. But that's hilarious. You know, it's stuff so fascinating, you know, and I feel like it's such a beautiful time to be into cannabis because you're learning constantly. And, you know, and I'm kind of not married to anything. I feel more like Rob Clark taught me to be, which is, you know, a scientist has to stay open-minded to change because you're going to discover things tomorrow that you didn't know existed today. And you're just going to have to take that into account. And you have to learn how to let go of yesterday's beliefs in order to absorb tomorrow's truths. And I try to live with that. You know, I was a much-loved meat-eater, people. Like, I love filet mignon, all bloody and rare, served on toast, wrapped in bacon. It was delicious. But then I read about fats that heal, fats that kill, and it changed my perspective of it, which changed the way I treated it. So I just tried to live an adaptive lifestyle. You know, same with cannabis, same with food, you know, same with everything. If I learn a better way, I pursue it.
It's a good way to be. I stand behind that for sure. You know, that way things always change. The knowledge that you know 10 years ago or that you knew 10 years ago evolves and changes drastically sometimes in a decade, and it's not very hard to accept it if you just look at it clearly. The information that you've learned, the sort of evolution of your trip and where it takes you, it's so much more rewarding when you can accept the change and the learning. I see it as the old school, you know, when you make a mistake, there's two ways of looking at it. There's the costly mistake, which is the I am not accepting change perspective. And then there is the valuable lesson, which is the I am accepting change, and instead of just thinking that this is the nightmare from hell, I'll make it an opportunity disguised as an obstacle to overcome this thing that I've manifested into my life clearly for some reason or another. You know, if you miss the boat and you go to the other perspective, it seems to occur over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Sponge.
And you know, Horatio, I want to say you're fully invited, bro, to come down to the Bay sometime. You can stay at my place. I'll give you a tour of some of the cooler clubs and let you see the way people are doing it and have been doing it. You know, this isn't new hat to BPG. They've been doing it now. They've been in business 15 years, and they were some of the people that really pushed for testing and knowledge of what kind of flowers they were selling. And it wasn't about hash when they started testing. you know, I think you would really appreciate to see the efforts that are being made, and you know, you're always welcome to come check it out.
It's where I mean, to think that I'm not made out of American knowledge is crazy. I didn't.
No, I don't mean it like that.
This doesn't come out of Canada. I totally keep. I mean, that's why I know. I keep track of that shit. I'm like, look what they're doing. That means every other lab is a joke because of that new standard, that new level they're pushing. Nobody's testing for lipids yet, but some labs know how. But I live in a world where, let's say, I deliver 28 syringes of clear unadulterated cannabinoids for medicine. I pull up next to a bag of 1,000 black syringes. And in Canada, and our little 30 million people bubble, those black syringes are the last hope. And it's, unfortunately, I look at them like they come in at $10, they go out at $25. It's good economy, and that's why they pervade, where there's only one of me, and I clearly am only producing 2% for one outlet. So all those other people are going to get sick. Many people quit cannabis due to the aggravated side effects. So it's not even close when I look at how a poor veteran's going to look at cannabis. He's like, I got to get that cheap stuff that's supposed to be good, right? He has no idea that he should save up his money, pay triple for something true, and it'll last him 5 times as long. I think that our elite class that we even look at on Instagram and all the people I follow are still a small bubble, and when it comes to the populace that are relying on cannabis concentrates. If everyone can grow it in their backyard, that means everyone's going to buy a cheap can of butane and do it themselves as well. It doesn't mean everyone's going to want to try to become a doctor with what they're doing.
Yeah, just hopefully they would, you know, everybody would have their specialty. People, I think by that time, you're not going to see everybody who can buy a cheap can of butane doing open extractions in their backyard in their house. I don't think, you know, I think people are a little bit smarter.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still people blowing up their houses, but,
yeah.
You know, it's, you know, like, I don't know, I'm high.
But none of us advocate unsafe stuff. You know, 20 years ago, people were burning down their houses with unsafe grow rooms, and we thought it sucked then for the movement. And it's no different now. And the truth is that advocating safety and knowledge and what you're doing is just as important with hydrocarbons as it was with electricity. Because, you know, people were plugging in too many lights and burning out boxes and burning down their houses more commonly than we'd like to discuss. And you know, people didn't figure out how to not do that until there was basically a consensus of knowledge teaching them how not to do that. And here we are having an open discussion, and I think it's super duper healthy, in all honesty. And you know, I'm not trying to come on and condemn anybody that's trying to innovate. I'm, if anything, trying to point them down a path that's going to make, you know, the cleanest, best product for whatever it is they're trying to pursue. You know, anyone. You know, I don't feel much different, and you know, I'm excited by all the things happening. And just to be real honest, dude, I was one of the people that was against BHO because of the first word. I couldn't get past butane. And it took literally people sitting down and explaining things to me that I went, oh, okay. And then me starting to like learn about it and going, oh, okay. And you know, knowledge is power if you use it. And you know, that's it. And yeah, there are people making unsafe oils. And again, buyer beware. You know, I mean, I think it sucks. And look at even the CBD stuff that they're selling all over America. Half of it the FDA tested didn't even have CBD in it. How shitty is that for the people that picked it up? You know, so they're not even using cannabinoids. They're just getting straight up snake oil salesmen, you know, shipping them stuff in their post box. And that really sucks for all of us because some people are open-minded to trying cannabis, but they have zero access. And now we have these asses sending them bunk products. Really shitty.
Yeah, no shit. Sorry, I was just in chat, sort of laying it down. I should welcome Cuban in the room. He's been in the room there for a bit. I haven't been able to give him a proper welcome. Thanks for stopping in, buddy.
Can't even see him.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm on. Can you guys hear me? Because I'm on my phone on 4G.
Oh, you're in California. That's where you are.
Yeah.
Yo, can you guys hear me or no?
We can hear you. Yep. We can hear you.
Signal right now. Fortunate it's going down. I might have to reconnect, man.
No worries. Well, thanks for popping in.
You see? All right, so I was listening about the testing for molds and stuff like that, right now in Washington, they're actually starting to enforce that a lot on concentrates and flours. I think it's very important, especially with water hash, that the pre-run material be tested before the hash maker even takes a contract if you're not running single source. That's the #1 way to avoid a lot of that mold counts and, you know, failed testing on hash, so you don't waste a lot of your time. Luckily, you know, I take a lot of measures and I'm really clean with what I grow because I know I'm going to make it into hash and I know it's going to end up going into the shelves. But I think it's good and it's important to reinforce that sort of testing, man, because quite honestly, maybe like 70% of the hash out on shelves would fail.
I bet, Cuban. I bet a lot of material would fail really proper testing in many dispensaries in Vancouver as well for hashes and for oils and for herbs. It would be nice if they just, and I'm sure that they don't fear it. I'm sure that they would welcome these standards to be put upon them as long as they were realistic standards and the standards that really do, you know, scientifically and sensibly make the most sense to, you know, better a product and to further, you know, protect that user, protect that patient. You know, we told the story earlier of the fentanyl, the people dying of a fentanyl overdose because they took something they didn't know they were taking because of prohibition, because of an illicit substance. These people were basically killed by a legal pharmaceutical that should have never been in there in the first place and would have never been in there in the first place. Say that there was legal standards in place for that industry to exist, i.e. the industry of people to acquire recreational drugs for adult use. Protect the people because we don't want our citizens dying of overdoses. Very sad.
Yeah, no doubt. And you know, I gotta give shout out to Analytical 360. They're a lab out of Seattle, and they really pushed for clean meds for the past year or so. And the crazy thing is that ever since they've been testing hash, you know, either water hash or whatever, for mold count, only one person has ever passed, and that's a dude named Kush for Breakfast, and it was material from his own garden. You know, he made sure he grew it right, washed it right, and took measures to get a acceptable mold count. And right now, if you type in full melt on Analytical 360, everything else pretty much just fails, which is crazy. I'm pretty excited about the testing being enforced. I can't wait to start testing my own hash as well. I'm curious about it, you know. I think it just makes you a better hash maker. But if we start testing the material that gets presented to us as hash makers, then we can start, you know, pushing towards farmers being safer or growing better, so they get stuck with crappy trim as opposed to the hash maker getting stuck with crappy hash. Analytical 360, everything else pretty much just fails.
Absolutely.
One of the last things to bring up is it's not huge thing. It can be a subtle thing like the cinnamon additive in the gasket of a pressure exposure system contains the hydrogen sulfide that slowly is getting extracted over time. So it's not even the solvent half the time, and that's pretty much the easiest thing to deal with. But when that solvent comes in contact with a cheap gasket that's been scented to hide the rubber smell, that is a whole different subject of extracts. And as the machine is used over and over time, those are the types of unknowns that are more based on the technology to date and its limits. CO2 can have the same thing in the gears that it has to use anti-seize in. So those are things that are not tested for, that we're not even close to considering, even as labs push and push and push for the basic solvents.
Absolutely. Wanted to welcome Addison in the house. Just came in from Steep Hill Labs originally. Now he's well, he's going to tell us, I'm sure, who he's working with now. But welcome, Addie. Let me unmute you. I have the power, I think. Maybe not. Let's see.
Addie's been listening to us. He said, if someone's going to talk about testing, then why doesn't it have someone who does the testing? Come on.
I agree. Tell him to, well, I can tell him. Just unmute your mic because there was some reverb when Horatio was talking. and you can talk, and we will mute our mics. Welcome.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Yeah. No, I was just listening earlier. I think it's kind of rad that you guys have this set up. It's a good opportunity to be able to get in. And I was just listening, and I heard a lot of talk about labs. There's a ton of misconceptions about it. I mean, until I got into the business myself and started working with Steve Hill, there was so much about the industry that I didn't understand, from the scientific end of it, the research end of it, and the quality control, quality assurance end. And there's a lot there. There's so much information that needs to be understood, but at the same time, we're also talking about a product that we've been consuming for I don't know how long. I mean, you talk about waxes, you talk about fats and lipids. Let's talk about lighters and 800 parts per million of butane every time Aaron lights a joint. And you put it back up on top of the ballast, you grab it again. You're consuming more butane during that period of our lives while we were growers and just smoking tons of joints than even an 800 part per million entire gram. Like, this thing's got less than, I'd say 100 parts per million, possibly. I could say that confidently. 100 parts per million is nothing. Really, it isn't. I mean, use Pam and make some fucking eggs, and you're consuming more than that. But when it comes to waxes, fats, and lipids, you're combusting waxes, fats, and lipids in joints forever, for thousands of years. And there's never been an issue. In fact, you're finding that those people don't get cancer from smoking that stuff. They haven't gotten cancer from combusting it, where the carcinogens and the pesticides and neurotoxins that are put into products, like all the pesticides that we're talking about, those are dangerous. You don't want pesticides in your system in any way. My issue with water hash, if I have any issue, there's no issue. It's really just that I'm looking for potency. Sometimes I want water hash. Sometimes I'll take a rosin dab. Sometimes most of the time I'll just smoke BHO because I like potency as strong as possible. That's what works best. But I think a lot of the conversation's been about safe and safety, and cannabis is safe in a lot of different forms. I mean, the more interesting shit that I think that's out there is when you start getting into pesticide testing a lot of these concentrates and checking that stuff and seeing if those levels of pesticides and hydrocarbons that are used to, light hydrocarbons that are used to make them, are still there. All that stuff's more important. And I think that demonizing one end of it and trying to say that one thing's better than the other, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, I'll smoke whatever the fuck you hand to me most of the time. I was smoking blunts at a wedding with Aaron the other day. It's just whatever. It's consumption, and I don't smoke blunts often, but every once in a while I will. I don't eat McDonald's often, but every once in a while if I'm hungry, I will. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, I just heard a lot of the conversation going back and forth, and it almost sounded like a holier than thou in a sense. Like, oh, this hash is better than that hash, and this and this and this, and or this, medicine's better than this medicine, and it's like, it's all hunky. I mean, it's all good, and that's important, because if you're not seeing what's in it and learning what's in it without demonizing it, like Todd was saying, just learning and saying, oh, this is different than that, and accepting it and working together to try to find out whether or not it's bad or not, in a mellow way, not an aggressive way, because aggression in any way it just sucks, especially when it comes with hash. It doesn't make any sense.
No, for sure. But pesticides and microbial, man, I mean, it is really the focus for sure, because that's what's going to get people really sick, man. Water has microbial. People that have weakened immune systems, they dab or they smoke a gram of that stuff, and there's a dude in Washington that like genuinely gets sick as hell.
Oh, yeah.
And so he won't smoke water hash. And pesticides, man, that's just, it's nasty,
Yeah, pesticides can get into any extract, and that's why, I like the idea of talking about the footprints in every aspect of extract, not really blasting on one, but literally like from water to, dry sift is a unique. The extract process itself doesn't really create the same level of footprint that water extraction, by extracting terpenes, potentially leaving water and producing microbials, different like lower grade butanes with contaminants that are oil soluble and accumulate in the concentrate, or also grab pesticides that are potentially in that plant and press them through a rosin press and get them in your rosin dabs. So I think it's important.
Marcus, have you ever had Dr. Jeff Rader on from the workshop?
Sorry, David, I need to mute a couple of mics. You were reverberating there. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you've ever had Dr. Jeff Raber on from the workshop. He seems particularly attuned to this and extremely knowledgeable and a good guy from what I know.
No, I have never had him, but we would welcome we would put an invite out to him for sure. Anyone to come in and open more dialogue and create more conversation. I know a lot of the people in the chat as well, Addison, seem to feel a similar way, that there was an intensity in our conversation, and I think that's just because both Todd and I are intense guys. I definitely didn't mean to come across as holier than thou or say that, you know, my water hash is better than his butane or anything like that. I just love opening the dialogue on whatever we are smoking, whatever we are extracting, to just be obsessive about, you know, understanding how the herb itself was grown and understanding the process, just nitpicking in any way that we can to see if we can't get rid of these potential dangers that are after effects or footprints that don't necessarily need to be present if we just learn a little more.
Mark, have you ever seen any moldy water hash?
I have only seen moldy water hash one time, and what the guy did was he made it, he pressed it pretty wet, and then he like sealed it, and then it got like put in the back of his car for like a whole summer or something. When he opened those things up, they were literally mold pucks, and I was like, dude, don't even open those. Like, can't you just see right through the fucking plastic that that's a bad scene and just leave? But when he opened it, there was like a cloud of something that came out of it, and I moved far away and was like, dude, that's fucked. Now, I've made a lot of water hash over the years, and I feel very responsible in a sense, because when I first started making it, there was no real knowledge. No one really knew what they were doing, and I, among others, were showing people an incorrect way to process the final product. And so that was done for maybe a couple of years, and it seemed to have taken over a decade, close to 2 decades now, of backpedaling to try and show people the importance of getting their product dry. And it's a 2-part system, because if you think of it as grapes in a bowl, there is getting the water on the outside of those grapes to evaporate. That's one aspect of it. But then you also have the aspect of how fresh were the glandular trichome heads before you extracted them, and how much moisture was present in that cuticle, that wax membrane that holds all that profile in there. How much moisture was present in that? Because that moisture definitely seems to have a drastic effect on at least the buttering effect of the final product after small amounts of time. And you got to think that if there's water in there that can cake that hash out, do you think that it's enough to produce microbials or molds eventually if it was sealed in a jar at room temperature?
Is that hash caked, or is that mold?
Well, I can only say from my own bioassay. I wish I, had access to labs and owned a lab and had, all the equipment and was just like, I test everything, I know what I'm talking about. So it's hard. I'm not a chemist, and I don't have a background in chemistry or in testing. I just have my own common sense and what little I've learned over the years from getting to interact with different people in the community. So I feel pretty confident in my water hash, but testing it would be the way to really know. Go ahead.
From a data standpoint, if you look at just Steep Hill's data alone, I mean, I've seen a lot of it. When we see mold in water hash, it's typically seasonal. The season ends and everyone's harvesting. It's real moist during that time of year in California, and you'll see these rises in water hash molds. Because we're testing everything for Harborside, everything for Elemental, all these guys, and you'll see this spike in everything during those wet seasons. But throughout the whole entire year, most of the hits that you're going to find that are moldy on hash are always going to be water hash. It's never BHO. I think I've seen 2 BHO samples out of all the samples I've ever seen come in the lab. And this is like when they come into your office and go, hey, you got to fucking see this. And what it will be is, it's a BHO sample where a piece of plant matter got into it, and then moisture got into that sample. And then you could see it grow right from that point. And the 2 times that I saw it, once in a larger container and another time in a tiny sample, those are the only 2 times I've ever seen it in BHO, and we all know why. I mean, it's inert. It's not going to have, there's no food except for that small piece of plant matter that was there. And that's the danger of water hash, is that we're talking about fusarium, we're talking about aspergillus, the types of molds that don't die when they get burnt. They actually just get better spread throughout a system, your lungs in this situation, when you consume them. And that's one of like the scariest parts about water hash to me, is that if you're not, you know, smoking it from Mark or getting it from somebody, you know, if you're not in Amsterdam at you know, at the hash event or something like that, you're not getting the best quality stuff. You don't even need to test a lot of that stuff because the makers themselves know every single, you know, red flag that there is in terms of storing, producing, and creating that product. Where the younger guys, I mean, that's why I love this idea. That's why I love that 600, 700 people can watch this conversation. They can see Mark. They can maybe send him a message. They can talk to him, because the real issue and danger with water hash is the final process and the storage. And if that's done correctly, then you eliminate a lot of the mold. I mean, I've never gotten to test any of the dry stuff that Aaron has because it gets smoked. You know, the stuff's so rare that you never get to test it. I've begged those guys for samples. You can't get one because those.
You can smoke Cubans, bro. Cubans.
I've smoked.
Cubans fire, bro.
Cubans driving around California right now. I don't know where it is.
Why you think he's in California, bro? Because the West is the best.
Yo, wait. So this is the thing, though. For unanalytical, all the samples for full melt that have failed, that like pin the microbial count for spores or whatever, don't have visible mold. You know, like visible mold is like the 10 out of 10 fucking really bad hash. Like good hash that you look at that looks proper, you know, no visible signs at all, will still fail. And that's the part about water hash. It's hard to be able to judge that standpoint of quality because it's not a visual thing that you can see, you know?
Well,
it's just crazy.
It's also why I've literally banged my head against the wall for so long in regards to how important it is to dry the hash and break it up. And even, you know, many more years went by, and I started talking about the importance of actually, much like what many hash makers have done for many, many years, is to get your material ready, properly, you know, dried and cured. And I used to make full melt water hash with properly dried material, and it would come out just awesome, and it would stabilize, and I could dry it properly. And, you know, nowadays with fresh frozen, people want to kind of, you know, jump the gun and save their terps and get the, you know, kind of almost cheat the melt effect when a profile isn't quite enough to really be what I call that 6-star. You know, they can run that same material fresh frozen with really cold ice and come up with something that appears to be quite melty, but cakes out after like a very short period of time, and I wouldn't be surprised if it failed tests as well. And it's also why we had this problem, was because you started getting hash makers from drier places saying you don't need to dry it for like a week or 2 or 3 weeks. That's ridiculous. Well, guess what? The guy saying that you need to dry it for a week or 2 or 3 weeks, he's in the Pacific Northwest. It's fucking moist as fuck here. It's hard to dry shit. It's
what
like,
about Morocco?
Well, everywhere is different, man. All I'm saying is I definitely hear what Addy's saying, and you know, it's why water hash, just like everything else, needs to be standardized. You know, it's not like you can just go grab yourself. And this is, it's very important that people understand the dangers of doing things, particularly any type of concentrate, because when you do it wrong, you concentrate what you're doing wrong. Think about that for a second.
You got to concentrate responsibly.
Doesn't it really boil down
Man,
to the
yeah, when you make a
to dry their plants properly to get to the processor?
Yeah.
You know?
But the processor has to be responsible enough to know how to, you know, to take the steps to produce a proper medicine, man. That's the responsibility of that processor. If not, he should just smoke it for the head, as opposed to providing it to patients. It's everybody's responsibility, the grower and the processor, not the patients. The patient just donates. Yeah, all the way up.
Well,
and yeah, you're right. I am in Cali right now.
I know. I can see the road.
One more reason that the dry sift is the holy grail, I'll tell you. It's a wonderful product. It's just too bad that the yields couldn't be a little more rewarding, because they can definitely be some hurting yields with the full melt dry sift.
Well, Mark, 3 years, 2 years, bro. It doesn't matter. It's going to be legal. You're allowed to grow, you're going to be able to grow it on a level where you always have your plants growing, whether they're in and out or they're just out. You're going to be able to grow enough. Maybe since you're such a heavy medical user in Canada, you would need extra, so you might need to grow another crop after your summer crop because you go through all that, those 5 kilos of hash too quick in the summertime and, in the wintertime. And then next summertime you'll be out. So you need to have to grow another crop between then, to re-up your dry sift stash. I mean,
that's a lot of zip line,
right? Where we can all just grow enough. Like Addie's going to be able to grow what he needs to extract or give it to the extractor that he needs.
I want people to have access. I don't want people just in the cannabis community to have access. I want everyone to have access. There's like 300 million Americans, there's 30 million Canadians, there's 7 billion people on Earth. I just want them all to have access to it. It seems like not an unreasonable request, considering, back in the day in India, maybe still to this day, they called it the poor man's drug. It was like accessible to anyone because it grows in ditches and such, and you can just access it. And I like that ability for just let us grow as much as we want. Let as many companies play as they want. Let as many individual people do. I just think that if they can just get this right and allow people to do this and not, over standardize, make so many rules that you lock people down from the evolution and the growth that I hope we see in the next 5 to 10 years in this vast community that is the cannabis community now, that includes more than just dispensaries and activists, but now includes doctors and researchers and agronomists and botanists and all sorts of people from different fields, along with the people who have been longtime activists and longtime proponents and just actually love cannabis and want to promote it in any way that they can. It's quite something to see, slowly but surely falling together, and I hope that we get it right before we get it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess why we get so serious now is because we talk like, oh yeah, the doctors are practicing medicine on us, and I'm like, well, what the fuck are we doing with these concentrates? We're practicing on the populace that's already been fucked by medicine. We're the new doctors, and we've got to take it more serious than these people that went to school for it and are fucking it up. People who are well educated are creating an industry for us that cannabis needs to solve. We totally have to put more heart into it than everybody else currently looking at it. So I think it's way serious, especially if the needs of the many start to come on you. I mean, we deal with a small bubble of people who deal with marijuana, but if it starts to move out to everyone with arthritis, and Jimbo Jones can still somehow get in the game with his backyard lotion, it's very, very serious because there are no higher people. We only have our instincts to know there's mold. Most people are always going to live in a territory where there's no serious lab, or the lab wants way too much for the test. So I think we're the only vanguard in existence. I mean, that's why Aaron can count on coming to Canada and not getting sick. But I know I live in a world where all I see is the people who don't have our options, and they're much worse.
I would like to interject and say that, not to sound like I'm fucking giving Addison a fucking reach around, but truth be told, these guys stuck their neck out when they started Steep Hill. And the reason they fucking called it Steep Hill because they had a steep damn hill to climb if they were going to get accessibility and they were going to get mainstream to look at this in a scientific or an analytical way that would better understand the stuff people were consuming and the cleanliness of the cannabis that they were putting out with the people they were partnering with. Is that fairly correct, Addison?
Yeah, I mean, we were growers, and at the same time, as growers, we knew there was something beyond what we were doing now that might be safer, and whole might be better for the industry. And the whole mantra at the time was, we need to make a living, we choose to make a difference. We're growers, we're in the industry, we're moving packs, we're fucking, we're doing this thing. And it was like, what can we do now that can minimize the feds coming through the door for us and everybody else, and also give us a day-to-day job that we're at. I mean, let's clean money and get legit, you know what I mean, and do something and look at the future of this industry, if we're going to call it an industry, because at that point it was a movement. It wasn't an industry. Until you had the regulations in Colorado, until you had testing regulations, until you had all these other things, taxing and representation for taxing, until you had those things, it wasn't an industry. It was a movement, and now it's a fucking industry. And that's, you know, the other thing I'll say is this. We knew this then, and we know it now. A healthy immune system can consume aspergillus, fusarium, like every one of us. I mean, I'm not sure of other people, but I know Aaron, I know Mark, I know Todd. We're healthy enough where our immune systems can consume that aspergillus, that fusarium, that bad stuff, and we're just going to get a slight sinus infection, a little irritated throat. It's the immune deficient patient that consumes that stuff that's mostly at danger. So a lot of the guys that I see posting online, a lot of the guys I see on the internet, we're healthy. We're on hikes and shit, and we're fucking standing in big greenhouses, and we're living this healthy lifestyle, running around. Mark's whipping around on the zip line, and I mean, we're doing stuff where we're mobile, we're healthy, our systems are healthy. We're not going to be at danger to that stuff, and we encounter this every day. If you go right now and put your hand on the floor in your house and pick your hand up and analyze your hand, you've got aspergillus, you've got fusarium, you've got all that shit there. If you're standing in a really good grow room, it's all there in the grow room, and it should be. It's just on the finished product for the immune deficient patient, it can't be there, because then they can get sick from it, or you and I can get that slight sinus infection kind of effect from it. But at the same time, everything we're talking about, look, man, show me the bodies. Show me the bodies on any of this shit. Stacks. I remember when BHO first started coming out, I saw kids getting online, and they were being driven by, you know, people up north who were against BHO, and they were saying, kids were jumping on and being like, oh, my friend just got back, he went to the hospital, he was taking dabs and his throat was raw, and I'd always say, you know what, post a picture of the wristband from the hospital, and it would shut the fucking post down every time, because the person couldn't produce even the wristband that everybody gets at the hospital, and it was a bullshit story. It was just propaganda and bullshit, and you know what, still to this day, now the second wave of issues where we'd go to an event and you see people passing out. Well, we started to make sure that people had water and that people had a fucking seat and that people understood that they're megadosing THC. They're taking, you know, 60 milligrams of THC, 70, 80 milligrams of THC in a single hit at one time. You know, that's a fucking 2 joints to the head, and that's going hard in the paint on 2 joints to the head. No, people haven't experienced that before. And then you get to this new wave, and now you're at the place where it's like we're all scratching our fucking heads being like, what's the next danger? You know, what could be wrong? And that's a good thing. But at the same time, we all have to understand we're lucky that we're dealing with one of the safest, most fucking, you know, effective medicines that you can get out there. Like I always say that there's not a single CEO from a pharmaceutical company that can sit there and say that, like the rest of us, all of us with cannabis companies, that no one's going to die from their product today. You know, we could all say no one's going to die from any of the products that we're putting out there. You know, and that's a fucking good thing. I mean, we're all heading in the right direction because of that one thing, I think. That makes a lot of fucking sense.
Absolutely. So do you think that something like the nucleation points in cannabis, these sort of polar components that are extracted sometimes when certain solvents or non-solvents are used, have a lot to do with that sort of how we process a lot of these toxins that can be present in cannabis or hash or extracts, that it's not allowed to get deeper into our bodies, and that it's sort of kept right at bay, right at the beginning, and gives that expectorant property that we can just, you know, cough that shit up in a little hork and spit it out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the acceptable levels that the FDA says and the EPA says that you can have of some of these nasty fucking things, you know, these nasty hydrocarbons and other stuff. You know, if you read some of the what is it, like the levels of butane that a person can have per day, it's like 40,000 parts per million a day. Like, gee, that's fucking, you know, or that's a shitload of fucking butane in your system, you know, to be taking it in one single day. And then you go home, you go to sleep, you detox, you come back, you can do it again. There you go, every day. And they say that if you work in that butane factory or whatever, you're still healthy, you're still fine. And they can track those things, they can see them. So I think looking at and seeing what, you know, there's, at some point we need to understand that what we've got in front of us is safe, it's effective, and we're just learning about it. I mean, the key thing that you said earlier, Mark, was concentrate. You're concentrating what's there. So, as a rule of thumb, be incredibly careful about where the source material came from. Who made it? Did they use pesticides? Are they using these other additives to try to add to it? Is it a reputable source? Is it someone who fucking loves hash? You know, I got friends now who have monster greenhouses, and everything in that greenhouse, they would never think but to turn all of it into hash. And that's the greatest shit ever. You know, and it's some of the best fucking hash I've ever had. And it's like, you know, no trim time, no fucking drying time, no, you know, tons of people on your land, none of this shit. Just goes right into closed loops, or it goes right into storage to be prepared for hash making. Instead of, you know, and then take the best colas, the finest tops that people have to have. You create a boutique, beautiful product with that, because we know the prices on units and pounds are going down. And then understand the market. Look at the market. It's massive, you know, and figure out the best way to distribute it. I love hash. I think that these new methods and the stuff that people are doing, it's smarter. Hash is smarter than cannabis, I think, in so many ways, because it's concentrated. But at the same time, if you're not careful about it, you're getting a much more concentrated value of whatever you don't want in your system from that product that you're taking. So you got to be careful. You know, that's why vaporizing is a lot radder. But at the same time, you know, not everybody's a great hash maker. Not everybody has access to one. But you do have access to the internet. You do have access to other stuff. And that's, I mean, it's really getting to a place now where I think that it's so fucking advanced. Every day I see something brand new and I'm like, what the fuck is, you know, Instagram's a great place, but when you're traveling and you're getting to see this shit firsthand and smoke it or check it out, it's, I mean, kudos to you motherfuckers. I'll say that for sure.
I like the whole rosin thing, bro. I kind of like, you know, like
the rosin you had the other night. Yeah, that's fucking, but that's like hyper elite. And that's what I was saying on the internet the other day, is most of the stuff that everyone's getting isn't made to that quality. It's not that great. It's not that good. And then
it never is. That holds true for everything.
I see the qualities too, and I say no, or I just throw them on the side. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But every now and then, you know, there's that one that you say, okay, yeah, this is the one you're gonna bust out for the homies. You know, that's the righteous shit. I mean, I think.
Hey, there's no friends on a powder day. I don't share the good stuff with the homies.
You know, bro. I mean, like, dude, you're all rowing in the same boat together. You guys should all be smoking the same shit.
I'm just busting your balls, dude. No, that stuff you had the other night was really fucking good. But think of it this way: how often do you see dry sift that's at the quality level that like we're smoking with the flashlight and shit? It could have caught on, but not enough people know how to make it that good. You know, so rosin has a lot more hope that it can get out and a lot more people can consume it than the dry sift does, because you need such a high quality product and so much of it to make that dry sift. You don't see dry sift everywhere. I know the people that I see dry sift from, I can see on the screen right now. And then outside of that, there's not a lot of people that really have it, the real stuff.
We got to get Cuban to sponsor a smoke box session with Be Real, where I just burn in hash bowls of dry sift with the flashlight.
Well, we're trying to, man. I've been talking to Be Real's people. You know, it's just the scheduling sometimes is a little bit rough. But I'm glad that you guys bring that up, man. A lot of people get mad at me about the dry sift. You have to understand, I grow just to make dry sift. Yep. You know, there's not a lot of people in the world that do that. And I try to price it right. I'm sorry if the end user price is high. But dry sift is really, really strenuous to make. My wife takes hours a day, man. Like, yeah, look at her. She's already talking.
I did not sleep. I did not fucking sleep for 2 days because I was working back to back on dry sift. My back hurts, and I'm still cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the house. So I work my fucking ass off for dry sift.
Yeah, all right. So you see what I'm saying? It's hard.
Bro, you're in trouble, homie.
Damn, sift queen.
Yeah, hey, man, you know what? She goes hard, bro. She goes hella hard when it comes to the sift. Hold on, my kid.
Awesome. That's very good. I just want.
I'm all about Cuban. I'm all about your dry sift, bro. This is the thing. Like Addison said, he could never get any dry sift from us because it was like it's cherished, bro. And you're like one of the few in this industry that go hard, go 100% at that. That's your livelihood. That's your business, you know. And kudos to you because that's you know, that's your thing, bro. That's your lane that you're staying in. You know?
Well, thanks, bro.
You know, and I'm like, hey, I respect that, dude. I try to stay in my lane, bro. We try to stay in our lane. I'm not making no BHL, bro. I made hash. Mark can contest. I make some great hash, bro. I just rather let the dudes who do that as their livelihood do it. You know? But when I met Mark, we laid some shit on his table that he still remembers to this day.
I do remember. What was that, 03, 04?
03, some LA Confidential.
Yeah, you guys had the lab coats on. It was nighttime. We had our booths at the Milk Veg.
Those were the days, bro, where we could wear the lab coats. Now everybody's got a lab coat.
Hey!
We'll just be ourselves.
Dude, you guys were characters. People were like, who the fuck are these guys? All of a sudden it was like dilated people, the whole fucking room, puffing on the couch, mean Martian fucking green action. Shit was insane.
Californians. Fucking Californians.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, man, I'll tell you. That was an interesting, you know, I always call it as the sort of passing of the torch because, you know, up until then, I felt like Adam and Doug, Hempworks, the CIA, Cannabis in Amsterdam, the Trichome Challenge, the KGB, No Good Buds, those guys held it down for so long, and then DNA came to town, and it was just like, holy shit. These guys are fucking fun as fuck. You guys are fun.
Let me tell you, I read High Times when I was a kid, bro. I read High Times growing up. It's still like really cool to be in a magazine so many times that you grew up reading, like hiding and reading and looking at the pictures. It's so cool. But like, just to be like in this. I don't know, the handing of the torch, I don't know about, like, it was just cool, bro. We just did what we love and do what we love, and, you know, the flavors are there. And I remember the Trichome Challenge. I read about that in High Times. Dawn is my only friend. After reading this challenge, okay, I made dry sift, bro, in California, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was my livelihood, was cannabis. So I was allowed to all these different flavors that were flowing through the hands make some dry sift from. And I had this little jar that had the skull and bones on it, and it was like the death jar, right? And I gave so many of my friends hits of this death jar that, like, my homies that would drive down from up north would call me from the side of the road after they left my house and say, hey, can you come pick me up? I am too high to drive, you know? And those are like
I never did
great. Dawn was the only person, only one of my friends, bro, out of all the people I dealt with, that passed the Keith challenge, bro. Okay, he failed it miserably many times in a row, but like one day he showed up and he was ready, dude. He came in and he was like, yo, I want to take the challenge again every time. And boom, he took the challenge, and this dude held it in, didn't cough, remained cool, calm, and collected, and was like, the winner of nothing, but just like the winner who passed the test. There you go, Addy.
He passed the test. That
So I got respect for like all those dudes ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? That did the stuff ahead of me. The Sam the Skunkmans, the Rob Clarks, the Eddies from the Flying Dutchman, the Robbie Dronkers, the Ben Dronkers of Sensi Seeds, the Simon from Serious Seeds, the homeboy from Dutch Pat. I got respect for all those guys. You know what I mean? Like, hey, they did it. We came in. We brought something fresh to the game. You know. Well, all we did was we brought our fresh California vibes and our flavors and our tastes that we're so used to a market that didn't really have that there. You know, it didn't have those flavors. You know, I remember, like, I was in Amsterdam. I would go back to California every now and then, smoke OG. There was no real OG in Amsterdam. And then all of a sudden you'd start seeing OJ Kush on people's menus. It's because the Dutch guys couldn't figure out how to spell it. And it wasn't even really OG Kush. They were just like trying to get a hip on the scene, you know, and they're like, OJ Kush. And I remember, like, Jason from the Damn Kring had that shit on his menu, and I was dying. I walked in there, I said, If I was the weed police right now, bro, I would write you a ticket because it's not OJ, like OJ whatever, the dude who drove the Bronco, you know? It's OG, like original gangster. And he's like, he looked at me like, oh shit, I've had it on my menu wrong the whole time. And it's not even representing, like, it was like skunk. So, like, I got respect for all those dudes, bro. I mean, like, hey, everybody's just trying to get by in this industry, bro. And I got respect for the people who've put down their time and effort into this industry and just didn't jump onto the pen game all of a sudden and throw some fake terpenes in their shit and call it your strain all of a sudden, you know? Like, that's just the highway robbery. You know, we can all make a pen. Every one of us can make a pen out there. Everyone in the world. Go to Northern California, go get the worst weed you can, let them do their little process, turn it into the shit, throw some flavored terpenes in there, and then you got yourself a pen on the market, you know? I just say just do it right. You know, use real shit. Put in your.
Can I ask, Addison? Do you guys start off testing flowers mostly, and was it for pesticides or was it for cannabinoid content?
It was first it was flowers and water hash, and it was for potency for cannabinoids.
At what point did you start testing for contaminants?
It was probably about 4 to 6 months into it. We started doing the plating for microbials for molds.
Is that something that's regulated, or is that something that's required in states like Colorado and Washington?
Yeah, Washington has one of the coolest programs because they went into even requiring how the lab was going to be built out so that you could have a more efficient system, so that you could be looking at mass amounts of samples as opposed to, you know, Colorado's approach, which was more or less just let's create the most strict guidelines for this stuff. One of the most ridiculous things you'll ever see is Massachusetts, you know, with their heavy metals and all this other stuff. When you've got large brownstones that are radiating, that have radiation coming through them, and these brick buildings that are all over the place, and they're growing the cannabis in some of them, you're going to have, you know, levels of radiation in the cannabis. They set their levels so low that you can go and grab a potato out of Whole Foods, and there's more radiation in the potato in Whole Foods than there is in the cannabis that was grown in the dispensary, which all had to be returned. You know, there's some dangers in creating regulation that's just a little too strict. I mean, I honestly feel that a lot of the BHO, you know, the levels of the allowable levels of butane in some of the states have set are just, they're really too high. They're too low. They should be higher because Bic lighters sell really well, and people put them in their system all day, and that's raw butane going right into your system. And where's the bodies? Again, like, show me all these dead people. I mean, maybe that's why people are dying from smoking cigarettes, because you can correlate the two. I don't know, but I don't see a lot of the healthy friends that I've seen over the years. I've seen people lose weight smoking BHO. I've seen people do all kinds of stuff that's great, but you know, some of the first pathogens that we did see were the mold stuff, and that was 4 to 6 months in. And then after that, I think the next thing that we added might have been pesticides, but you know, and that was BPG and Harborside, and those were the two in the beginning. So,
Addison, have you ever found the contaminant that would be attributed to the tension headache effect that a lot of people experience? Being a seizure person, I went to a cup, and on the last dab, I almost couldn't make it home because it was like being shot with electricity in my brain. Whatever that contaminant in is not in any lighter that I've smoked cigarettes for years with, or my weed. It's clearly something that's concentrated to a level that I guess now my brain is compromised. I can totally see how that tension headache effect can just start to be attributed to the way dabs are supposed to be. But being somebody who's been able to experience other non-polar extracts of material, I'm like, well, it's not the name solvent itself. It's got to be a contaminant because this stuff doesn't appear in other non-polar extracts. So what have you ever come across any answer to that? Because many people experience that headache, and then in my case, it can shut me down like you kicked me in the back of the head.
Yeah, I mean, something like that would take a ton of research. You've got to really narrow it down. Here's one thing that I found out. I used to I was an athlete, played sports all through high school and college, and used to get these nasty like dehydration headaches from, I'd be running track and I'd be standing there and it would get later in the day and I'd be hydrating but not enough. And then I'd get like these fucking onsets of like massive dehydration headaches, and I'd have to drink a shitload of water to get electrolytes to feel better. It's sort of the same feeling that I would get when I'd be dabbing and it would be later in the day at an event, and I would experience the same exact thing, like 30th fucking dab of the day, and then here comes this massive dehydration headache, like an onset from dehydration, and then you'd get a bunch of water in you and get some sugar and some other stuff in your body, and then it would go away. I honestly think, because of my own experience personally, I've done the same thing, and because I've done sports and I've felt those serious dehydration headaches and how that kind of hits you, you got to understand that dabs, standing out in the sun, being at these events, it'll dehydrate the fuck out of you. And I've been to these events, and there's not a lot of places where you can get properly hydrated and care, focus on your wellness when you're at an event. I'm not saying that that's what your situation is, but you get these kind of questions in testing, and people go, hey, have you figured out, to correlate the two, to get the two together, to figure out, okay, what different things are you seeing in those products that you haven't seen? Because for a testing lab, you're also trying to be efficient and test as much as possible and keep the doors open and keep the lights on and be able to expand your business to provide more services. And you can't do that by overanalyzing things. You have to do it, build your company, and then you have a research end of your company that does start to talk to the industry, look into new stuff, add terpenes, adding, flavonoid testing, adding other stuff that the market wants and needs. But sometimes the specifics, like you're talking about, like, hey, there's a certain kind of headache that comes on. Have you guys tested and found or correlated what that might be in terms of what types of solvents are in there? No, not at all, because it's super hard to kind of bring that all together and figure it out without a lot more research. And testing labs can, as they expand in what they do and what they can see and what they can look at on a day-to-day basis, they can do that because they get the support from the people that are using them, and they're getting more of that support, and they're doing good business, and they can grow, they can build, they can say, hey, let's add more terpenes, let's add more cannabinoids, let's add lipids, fats, waxes, let's add these other tests, and then when they're telling their business partners they want to add this, it's not just because it's cool, it's because people are going to want it, they're going to use it, it's going to expand the industry, it's going to make things better, and then people have to use those tests in order to make them viable so that those businesses can run, because it's a business, and the two come to head all the time. But in the future, I'm sure that there will be enough research to be able to find other things that are in these products that might be a detriment to people's health. But if the labs don't do well, and if they're not honest, and if they can't do good business, they won't grow and get to the point where they can add that stuff.
And I want to put my 2 cents. Like I can tell by your dialogue, man, you really like BHO, and you're probably smoking proper stuff. I mean, I personally like BHO too, but I mess with people that have distilled ratios of solvent, and they kind of it's more than a hobby or more than their grind. They kind of like they got the solvent part on lock. So butane is relatively safe, but the part that's not safe is all the other shit in the canned butane, all the byproducts from amateur BHO production, which is the shit that's horrible. That's the shit that gives people headaches. But BHO, I think, is proper, yeah.
I mean, the labs that are doing residual testing are not just doing it. Like, Steeple doesn't just do N-tane testing. It does, 17, 18, 20-something different solvents that are all used. You're looking at, we were the first ones to ever lower detection rates to go after pentane and isomers of pentane. And we caught a bunch of shit about it, but that's what was in the cantane that people couldn't see, because it would hide behind N-tane, because this shit would come out at the same temperature, and it would be harvested at the same temperatures, and it would hide. And everybody, when we added that test at the secret cup, and there's controversy in regards to whether or not there was enough warning that we were adding that test, but that test was after, testing for secret cup, and when it was, what happened was all that stuff ended up being, failing, a lot of it, except for the solvent list and except for some of the other stuff. But those isomers of pentane are some of the nastiest things. We lowered our detection levels to go after that stuff, and we expanded the amount of solvents. Why? Because I love BHO, and I love I like propane extracts. I like, you know, I've tried some good hexane extracts. I've tried a lot of really good solventless. I've tried all this different stuff. I love hash, you know, any kind of hash and cannabis mixed together. Yeah, but we do. I know Steve Pill for sure. I know that SC Analytical has a really broad solvent testing for residuals that they test for, and I think that it's not just the amount your destination will be on the right. Detection rates and the detection levels that you can bring those GC units down to, or whatever units you're using to do the analysis. I mean, it's about accuracy. It's about having PhD chemists that are in that lab that are overlooking the testing, and it's about having a staff that loves and knows cannabis and understands the industry and how it works, and that's. You know, that's what it takes. It takes a lot of that stuff all combined to make it right. But there's a lot of solvents being tested for, not just butane, believe me.
Of course, but that is exactly my point. That change in the industry in testing really propelled people to like relook at what they had in their tanks when they were running BHO, and it made BHO that much better. And I think that microbial testing and, you know, reinforcing microbial is going to do the same thing to water hash that multi-solvent testing did to solvent-based extracts.
Yeah. I mean, Washington has one of the best programs for microbial testing that I've seen. And it seems like they really know what the hell they're doing because of the way they set it up, which makes a lot of sense. But, you know, Steve Hill doesn't publish a list of the solvents or how many of them that we actually do test for. And the reason we do that is because we don't want anyone to know. You can come in, you can ask, you can sit down, you can request, and you'll get that information. But we don't publish that stuff because we don't want makers to be able to say, this one works better, and Steve Hill doesn't even test for it. And that's why I use it, and I pass all their tests, you know. We want to protect the patients that way. And I think other labs do, and if they don't, they should do the same thing. So.
And I think dispensaries should do it just as a courtesy to their patients, you know. Take in a gram and get it tested before you go and buy the whole slab. Same thing with the water hash, man. It's all about the patients in the end. And their health, bro. You know, I've realized that. Washington, I like what they're doing in the recreational side with requiring testing, full spectrum testing, cannabinoid testing, pesticide testing, microbial. All of that, I think, is really going to change the game. And put snake oil salesmen to one side and the people that really care about what they're making to the other. It's just going to create another challenge, but for the better of the community.
No, that's you got to protect people, but at the same time, you know, companies that pay attention to people's health typically do really well, and you can see that, you know, because it comes through in the products that they produce. You know, there's more to it than just profits, and the thing too is the guys that do it right, they make good money, they do well, and they're happy. You know, you can't wipe the smile off these guys' faces because they're killing it, they're having a good time.
I wanted to ask you guys your opinion, and Mark, you too, because we had a dry sift discussion. I've seen a lot of people using the hashtag dry sift rosin, right? I've personally pressed 99% dry sift and gotten 90+ yield on rosin, right? But that is like a sacrifice. When I press my dry sift, it's like, you know, something I can press as a hash itself and dab in its original form, but I do it just, you know, because I can. Now, a lot of people are using that term when they're pressing out keef, when they're pressing out dry sift, when they're pressing out stuff that isn't refined. And I heard a lot of feelings the other day because I made a post about it. But you guys need to understand, full melt dry sift is not trim bin keef, and it's not keef, you know, straight up. So, you know, don't use that term loosely, man, because you're just devaluing a precious concentrate by using the wrong term.
Hey, I got that right here, bro. Right here.
Cuban, you're not wrong. People are now pressing tumble sift and calling it rosin. Like what we're using nugs. I only use nugs. I've never even sifted trim. I'd have to go seek it. So to think that like a nug run sift and you putting your trim bin in a tumbler for an hour and then pressing that out is in the same league. It's not. They just want a piece of the name because, you know, they can't get where there's no access. People create imitations.
Yeah. Well, from now on, I was talking to my boy on the phone, you know, because I had to take the post down, man. I was like, you know, I'll talk about it on Hash Church. So I'm going to start using hashtag 99FMDS rosin. So you know that's the real deal right there, you know? If you want to call it dry sift rosin and everything else, that's all up to you guys.
Doesn't matter what hashtag you put, bro.
Hey, a wise man once told me.
As soon as you come out with something, they're coming out with it, dude. Okay?
Hey, you should be more worried when they stop copying your shit. That's
when they try to rebrand what you've already branded, it's the exposure goes back to you, dog.
Yeah.
No matter what, they're still saying your name.
Yep. Get more worried when they stop copying your shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Go see Straight Outta Compton, Holmes.
Is it good? Hey, so you know,
bad publicity.
Yeah, I'm passing the Bay Area right now. I'm about to go visit my homeboy T Beazle up in the mountains to try out that North Cali hash.
Hey, send him my love. Send Dorian my love.
Isn't that the
I will for sure. Nah, they were partners. T Beazle is a farmer up in NorCal. He's won Emerald Cup with his hash. He makes some really good grease. Back when I was learning, I would look at his videos and be like, man, I can't believe hash can look like that, because you know they would show off his shit. And I seen him at the cups and stuff, but I'm hella happy to chop it up with him, bro. Can't wait to go smoke.
So Dorian isn't T Beazle then, Addison?
No, I thought Dorian was T Beazle. Is that what he said?
Well, there's the Beazle extracts, dude. The dude that does the creamery and all that, the edibles, and then there's. Yeah, and then there's T Beazle. I don't know that, you know, I go by people's Instagram names, man. Like when I'm in the zone at a cup, I'm Cuban Grower. I forget what my real name is sometimes, but you know.
There's only one Cuban grower.
Only one Cuban, yeah.
You know.
I guess maybe it might be different. I know.
Hey, shout out to the dude, man, that recognized me at Disneyland and gave me magical moments for me and my kid on every ride. I just got into the front of the line on every ride just because this dude recognized me, man. I hooked him up with some hash and everything at the end, but yo, mad love. That was awesome. You guys made my kid's birthday great. No, he was like a customer relations dude, and he would take me up to the rides, right? Like long ass lines on these rides, an hour and a half plus. And he'd be like, I want to create a magical moment for this family right here. And dude, they would open up the fucking shit and let me through right to the front of the line, man. And he just, like, you know, he kept it going, and that was pretty cool. Sorry for everybody I had to wait in line, but made my experience nice.
There's no doubt about that hash can bump you to the front of the line, and hash can get any door open as long as the other side is a puffer.
That's like champion material right there, homeboy. You know, they only do that for champions, bro. Magical moments, like you should have brought your cannabis cup, too, bro, because you might have been able to take a picture with Mickey Mouse, with the whole cast. Them holding
I took a picture with a shirt that had a big weed leaf. It says CBD awareness. That's some of my boys out in LA. Shout out to Life is Good too. And I took a picture with the cast members, man, almost all of them. Chip and Dale even gave me a thumbs up. He's all about that life, man, out at Disney.
We got turned down. We busted out like we win the thing with the picture with Mickey Mouse, bro. And like we bust out the cup right there, and they're like, "No, you can't do that. What is that cup for?" It's like we won a baseball game. It's our softball team, and they're like, "Nope, we're not having that. No, he can't hold that." But there's like certain places where they're all by themselves, and there are people not taking the picture for you. So that's like when you bust out the cup, you got to go up to the end of it. You're like, "Oh yeah, everybody's lining up, and there's nobody taking a picture." You just roll up. And be like, "Yo, Mickey, hold my cup, dog. It's for the best ganja in the world."
Now we have the cups right now at they're having Hemp Fest in Seattle. So my boy Exotic has, you know, a little tent out there and everything, the booth, and the cups are out on display, getting that Pacific Northwest sun.
Need some coffee.
Yeah, we are, but man, High Times takes like 9 months per replica, bro. You know, the lady that makes the cups, she bangs on that mallet 2-3 times a day, and you know, it takes her 9 months to make you that cup. It's crazy.
Damn.
Tell her to make you a smaller one then.
A pendant cup. That'll be dope.
can't smoke
Yeah.
hash out of anyway.
I want a cup rig. That'll be dope.
That's a true cup.
You know what I mean? Like something like a fab egg, and it'll like percolate from the bottom up into the mouthpiece. I don't know. I'm gonna talk to the people out there at Blow Glass and see what they can make me. But yeah, man.
Take the cup that you got and incorporate it into a piece.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had an event where Mothership made the awards, that'd be a pretty fucking cool event, actually. I mean, they've done they've auctioned some rigs off as awards for some events before I've seen, but that'd be pretty sick if you had a chalice, like.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming in. We've been rocking for a solid 4 hours. I unfortunately have an appointment in less than an hour in Vancouver, so I have to say adieu. But yeah, I'll always thanks Addison for making it in. I'll try to send you that link more often, knowing that you're a willing participant. Aaron from DNA, Cuban, of course David Hutchingson, and Justin and Michelle, who were in earlier with talking about their young baby, Mary Jane. Phil the Grill, Horatio, Mr. Todd McCormick, and of course Tony Verzura, Mark Scialdone, and Etienne, Fontan, all our Hash Church regulars. Thanks everyone for being a part. We really appreciate it, and so do the 10 to 12,000 people that will watch this in the recording. So thank you guys. We will talk to you soon. Peace.
Peace and love.